There we go. Let's see if YouTube is caught up. Yeah, there we go. Been a while since OBS has crashed. How we doing tonight, folks? We're going to be continuing our Danganronpa 2 playthrough. Let's see, what happened last time? We had the killing of Mekamaru. And let's see, we're doing kind of like a perspective hop. We've hopped over to following around Nagito instead of Hajime. And we finished the little escape room. There has been an update available for OBS, and I've been hesitant to use it. Let's see, check in with kitties while we wait to see if it's going to implode on us again. We have Ember, top center. We have Sky, top left. And then we have Mason or Sherbet, bottom center. Let's zoom in and take a look. Can't quite tell. Maybe Sherbet from the... I can't see if he has the little stripe down his arms, but it looks like it might be Sherbet. Can't tell. Sky here. And then Ember. Snoozing. Quickly. Can hold for longer. We'll do some science. But yeah, Danganronpa. So this is the room with the ultimate weapon. That was behind the little escape room thingy. Check, it's not up there. Continuing the needs more scuff, apparently, trend of today. Actually got more sleep last night. Surprisingly more sleep, but somehow just as tired. It is the way of things, though. There we go. There's all the chat messages. Alrighty. Let's see, what do we got? We have a room full of stuff. We have refrigerators. A refrigerator here. This must be They must have taken these fridges out of the other rooms in order to keep pushing the no food until one of you kills another person. Wasn't expecting to find drinks in it, but when I opened the door and peeked inside, there are poisons stored here. You could secretly kill everyone with poison. In a way, it could be considered the most powerful weapon. But in that case, you'd have to ignore the rules. Regardless, it's slightly different than an ultimate weapon. Something called ultimate should make my heart dance with joy. You didn't notice, this is Nagito speaking. The internal monologue actually lines up pretty well with his particular thought patterns. Let's get back to that floor hatch in a moment. So this pile of weapons has one of the hammers that we found next to the body of Mekamaru. Lots of firearms here, too. There are handguns and grenade launchers, even. Don't see anything that looks like it could be an ultimate weapon. Wonder where the so-called ultimate weapon is. A window. Why is there only one window in a place like this? Looks like there's some sort of hidden meaning to it. But in actuality, what could it be? In my mind, I entertained various possibilities as I walked slowly towards the window. Then, the moment I peeked out that window, this is what I actually saw outside that window. It was completely different from any possibility I had in mind. ... Laugh. Laugh more. Definitely sane laugh. I see, so that's what it was. What I saw outside this window, if I start piecing it together and think about it, yeah, I see. Seems I'm finally starting to get a larger perspective of the funhouse with this. Of course, we don't get to. Door in from the final bedroom. There's a door on the floor. As if this is some sort of mysterious concept. Isn't this the first floor of Strawberry House? Could this door lead underground? Based on the sketch, there shouldn't have been a bunker. No, maybe what lies beyond this door... Things are finally getting interesting. Amazing. As expected of a place that cannot be reached unless you clear the final dead room. Thanks to how I arrived here, all the separate pieces seem to have connected together in one fell swoop. A chain reaction culminating in the truth, all thanks to just one clue. I know that now's not the time to enjoy things, but this is definitely a good feeling. Especially that window. Right, everything became connected from there. Thanks to that window, I realized the mystery of the ultimate weapon into the funhouse. Now all I have to do is tell everyone else about this. But before I do that, I should finally take a look at the file I received from Monokuma. Especially if it's everyone's student profile from their time at Hope's Peak Academy. That's important. I cautiously opened the file and read it carefully, taking care not to miss a single letter. Carefully. Huh? Hey. Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Huh? I'm sorry, did you say something? Okay. Took a moment, but we've hopped back to Hajime here.
Well?
It's been about 2 hours since we spoke to Fuyuhiko. I wonder if the elevator's been fixed. It'd be bad if we were still split up before the class trials, so maybe we should call them one more time. Let's see. The door between the two sides was chained up on one side, and the button was smashed on the other. Of the same door, so I think it is. I think it was the strawberry side was changed shut. So from grape, the strawberry door is changed shut, and on the door in Strawberry Hall, the button is smashed. And then the elevator is damaged and on the strawberry side. Actually, no, I think it's on the grape side. It's one or the other. Can't recall. Hey there, Sidey. Still a little sleepy today, personally. Actually got to sleep at a reasonable time. Woke up, felt rested, ceased to feel rested. Got a little nap in before stream. So hopefully that'll carry us through, you know. But otherwise good. Very productive. Aside from well, how's your day go? Aside from having just woke up recently, you know. Are you even listening? I only brought that up because I'm really worried. Not related to what I just said to Sidey, but reading the text on screen. Sorry. So what are you gonna do? Right, I'm worried about them too. Let's try calling Strawberry House one more time.
I think.
Yeah, I am not a fan of the hot weather. Hey there, Daystopia. Getting to the stream early today. Welcome. Sammy has come to join me. Give her some back scratches here. He's toasting me a bit, though. Nagito pops back up. Huh? Wait a minute. Nagito pops back up on grape side. He was on strawberry side, wasn't he?
Hello there.
Nagito, why are you here? Because I showed up. You showed up. How did you even come here? Maybe I teleported. Huh? Nagito's sudden appearance. And is the implication that he came through the tunnel? Sherbet leaping through the frame there. Answer me seriously. How were you able to come to this side?
Hey.
Before I do that, there's something I need to tell you guys. There is. I tried to investigate Strawberry House as much as I
Now
could.
then.
I'll give you those details first. Let's hurry this up. After being abruptly interrupted by Nagito, Chiaki and I learned about the results of his investigation of Strawberry House. These are all the things we found out while walking around as Nagito. They're giving us the corresponding truth bullets. How's your day been going, Daystopia? I guess that these were pretty important. Especially the fact that everyone in Strawberry House heard that rumbling noise, too. But what was that about the wall clock's alarm going off before that happened? Also, the fact that Strawberry Hall's button was broken is definitely worth noting.
Hey.
There's one more thing I need to tell you guys. I've cleared the Final Dead room. Final Dead room was 2 stages, for those that weren't there. First stage was like a little escape room thing. Nothing really, like, dangerous, just, you know, puzzles that you had to step through. The second stage, though, was Russian roulette with an optional number of bullets. You could put 1 to 5 bullets in the cylinder, and Nagito, being the bizarrely lucky individual that he is, loaded all 5 and survived it. So he got the student profile and one other thing that I can't recall. Huh?
Could it be?
You did the life-threatening game?
Wow.
It wasn't life-threatening at all. It was just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Russian roulette? It's a game where you load 1 bullet in a gun, spin the cylinder, and point it towards you and pull the trigger. So, you really did it?
Man.
So that's how you're supposed to play it. So it would have been fine if I'd only used 1 bullet, huh? Guess it was just as Monomi said.
Huh? Actually...
I misunderstood and thought that I had to take 1 bullet out of the cylinder, so that's how I did it. I only had a 1 in 6 chance of surviving. He did not misunderstand. He was presented with the right way to do it, and then said, oh, well, that seems too easy, and, you know, loaded it up.
Well...
But I'm still alive. After all, the only good thing about me is how lucky I am. He described last time that all of his luck is generally predicated on something awful happening first. So, like, the plane is hijacked, but a meteorite falls and hits the hijacker. But then that meteorite also plows through his parents. But then he gets a big inheritance from them. Insurance and inheritance, and on like that. Like, he's kidnapped and tied up in a sack, and in that sack was a winning lottery ticket, and all kinds of things. What is wrong with him? I knew he was strange from the start, but for him to casually do something so suicidal, it's crazy. That's all there is to it. Anyway, because I was able to clear the Final Dead room, I was able to obtain several rights. And one of those rights was the freedom to move between Grape House and Strawberry House. I wonder if that's the ultimate weapon, is the ability to go back and forth freely. Not only that, but whenever I move back and forth, I don't even need to play the game again. Move back and forth? Where would you even be able to do that, and how?
Man.
Hey, Haji.
You stay quiet.
You've been repeating yourself over and over, and it's bugging me. Can you let me speak freely for a change? Huh? Anyway, I'm definitely lucky. Thanks to that, I was able to clear the roulette at the highest difficulty. That's a little interesting. He hasn't been all... throat tickle there. Ooh, take a drink. I noticed they added those little reaction dealies. See, we have a Kibo joining us. Welcome. I presume that's what you were going for, given that we have a variety of symbol choices. Another little drink there. Nagito isn't being all bow and scrapey. Hey there, Levi. How you doing today? Definitely lucky. Thanks to that, I was able to clear the roulette at the highest difficulty and obtained quite an amazing prize as my reward. So that is, I can't remember what that was, but it's got the Future Foundation thing on it. Doing some travel for work there, Levi? At the Future Foundation file?
Yep.
It's a continuation of the file we received at the roller coaster. Continuation? There's even more detailed information about the killing school life that was in the earlier file. The earlier file detailed stuff about the first game, with the added note that the in-game they call out like, hey, there is a Byakuya Togami listed here. And, general facial features, like, he is the same as the one that they had. There was just, 5 times less of him. Killing school life. You mean the killings that took place at Hope's Peak Academy, right? As I recall, Byakuya was one of the students who participated in it. But even when we learn more about the killing school life, it has no relevance to us whatsoever. There was information about the order of the killings and who the killer was for each incident. I find it extremely boring to read about the deaths of people that I don't even know.
Right?
Besides Byakuya, of course. Then it's just as I thought. That Byakuya was the Byakuya we knew, right?
But...
However, I can't say the information was completely useless. In truth, there are similarities between the killing school life and this killing school trip. The first 2 words, for example. Similarities? For example, the first murder involves someone getting stabbed to death in an unexpected place. Well, I feel like there were substantial differences. But, close enough.
Hey.
Second murder revealed the presence of a serial killer among the group. Second murder didn't. She was posing as that character. And the third murder was actually 2 killings that happened in succession.
Hey.
That one was more fair, but in Danganronpa 2, the double killing didn't really matter. Well, sorry. The double killing was less important than the idea that the sequence of events was obscured. And in the first one, it was much more tangibly obscured. As opposed to in the second one, it only mattered... No, okay, yeah. We can say that between the first and second, but in the third murder, that was tangible. The fact that there were the 2 murders in succession, but more importantly, that those 2 murders had their timing shuffled in order to obscure the actual sequence of events, and thus change who could have been involved. What do you guys think of these strange similarities? It's definitely strange.
Well,
I can think of these as coincidences, especially if Monokuma is behind the motives and driving the murders. What are you trying to say?
hey.
By the way, the 4th murder of the killing school life is apparently ruled a suicide. Huh? Whether that means something or not is something each person should have to think about on their own. I just wanted to tell you guys the truth. The truth? Are you sure you're not just trying to confuse us?
Jeez.
Your complaints just never end, do they? Yeah. Like... Normally, he's being much harsh. He's actually being harsh towards Hajime after checking that profile. If you're going to talk like that, I won't want to tell you anymore. And I even learned what your talent is, too. Huh?
Well...
That file wasn't the only one I received from Monokuma. This is the other one. That seal.
Yep.
Indeed, it's the Hope's Peak Academy school crest.
Perhaps.
Does that have information about our stolen memories?
How unfortunate.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find any clues about that. This file doesn't contain our information, just Hajime's information. Just mine?
Why?
Isn't that weird? Why only Hajime's information?
Jeez.
It's quite troubling that you would ask me that. I must say, it was always interesting that Hajime was the only one who couldn't remember his talent.
Right?
But that ends now. Are you serious? Did you really find out why I was chosen by Hope's Peak Academy?
Man.
In a way, it's just as Chiaki said, Hajime's existence is special. Because you were just some Reserve Corps student from the Reserve Department. That's why he's being harsher to him. If he doesn't think he's an ultimate, he doesn't care as much, if at all. Huh?
Well...
Unlike the primary department for main course students who possess ultimate talents, the reserve department is for reserve course students who entered the school through a basic entrance exam. I know there was a second group of students who supposedly, like, revolted in the as part of the whole terrible incident. Yeah, apparently no talent, Dystopia. Or no ultimate ability. Essentially, you're like a substitute or the second string. Well, even then, that's just a name only. The Reserve Department pretty much only exists to increase Hope's Peak Academy's revenue stream. Reserve Department, substitute, second string, revenue stream, words, in sequence. What is he saying? Like I said, to be a Reserve Corps student, you don't need to possess an ultimate talent. You just have to pay a rather costly entrance fee and tuition. With the funds obtained from these exams, the Academy can focus on bolstering and reserving talent, or researching talent. Through this, the symbols of hope can be raised.
Isn't that right?
Which means you're just a stepladder, but you should feel honored. An average, talentless human can be put to good use for those who are known as mankind's hope. Yeah, he doesn't care about Hajime. What does that mean? Perhaps you simply weren't determined enough. Did you admire hope? Were you willing to sacrifice your body and soul to attend? Or maybe you were just obsessed with Hope's Peak Academy, like a fangirl following the latest trend. It's not like that. I
Stop it.
wanted to become Hope. If that's what you're thinking, just stop it. Listen carefully. The only humans worthy of becoming Hope possess amazing talents and a strong will. And the moment you're born into this world, you either have that or you don't.
There's no mistake.
It has nothing to do with effort. You must be chosen by Hope to become Hope.
You don't even know?
That's why it's not even worth admiring. Or were you so blinded by your admiration for Hope's Peak that you couldn't even see that? Huh? You're just some nobody from the Reserve Corps who never had a talent to begin with. A nobody who forgot he was a nobody. That's all. Then I'm just... That's right, you were never an ultimate. You had no talent whatsoever. Well then. But yeah, I thought there was a separate dormitory in Danganronpa 1 that was not accessible under normal circumstances. One of the characters finds a way to unlock doors, essentially. Not like a lockpick, like a control thing that lets her raise the door bars. And that place is really smashed up, and there's indications of like actual like blood and carnage and whatnot that happened in that area. And that's also where lockers that the kids with ultimate abilities, like their lockers were there, contained their stuff. Just old and dusty, indicating both that they had attended, but also the implication is that's where their lockers and stuff were. Or at least that might have been where they were staying. So is it that the dormitories that they're using were not the dormitories in the area for the special kids? Was this for the reserve group? I can't recall if the reserve group is actually mentioned explicitly in the first one. I don't have any talent. I'm just a normal or an ordinary high school student who has, carried all these jokers through all these murder trials.
Man.
I feel sorry for you. Are you shocked to learn that you were the only one who didn't have a talent?
That's not it.
But still, if you think about it positively, it looks like there's no more reason to doubt you. Now that we know who you are, a normal, average, utterly unremarkable high school student, there's no way you could be associated with the Future Foundation. But if it's not Hajime, then who in the world could the traitor be? Yeah, I thought there was an uprising that was kicked off by a different group of students inside Hope's Peak. So not the group that you kind of play with. If it's not Hajime, then who in the world could the traitor be? The survivor of the previous killing school life, Byakuya, would have been the most likely candidate. But now that's probably impossible. Wonder if it's supposed to be Hajime.
Hey.
Are you even listening?
Hold it.
There's no need for you to listen to this.
What?
Huh?
Well?
It may be important to talk about who the traitor is, but we need to focus on Mekamaru's murder first. Because if we can't survive the class trial, everyone is going to die together anyway. In that case, would the traitor be among those killed as well? That's something I truly wonder about.
Yep.
Oh well, it's fine. I'll stop for now.
Hey.
You said you cleared the final dead room and obtained those files. That means you must have gone to the Octagon, right?
Hey.
Are you curious about the ultimate weapon?
So...
Did you find out what it was? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Is there any reason I should answer that? Huh? I'm the one who cleared that room, and I'm free to divulge any clues I obtained there as I see fit, right? Are you planning to keep it a secret? Are you planning to side with the killer again?
Man.
Like I said, I'm not on the killer's side. That hasn't changed since this began. How many times must I repeat myself? I just want Hope to shine even brighter. What you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. Just tell us already. Tell us about the ultimate weapon.
Jeez.
I guess I have no choice. I suppose I can tell you one little tidbit. I did go to a place that seemed to be the Octagon, and I found many different weapons there. But I didn't find anything worthy of the name Ultimate Weapon. Don't lie, there's no way that's possible. I get that Nagito has said time and again that he would support the killer if they came to him. He would help them set up the killer. But everybody keeps taking that as he is actively assisting whoever the murderer is. And it's not quite the same. It's, if you come to me, I'll help you plan it. But he also assists everybody in the investigation. So it's not like I'm on their side. It's I'll help everybody. It doesn't matter who wins as long as somebody wins.
Stop it.
Coming from someone with no talent like yourself, that's truly offensive. What did you say? Fine, I understand. Now's not the time for us to be fighting anyway. If you won't tell us, we gotta do it ourselves. Now, shall we go back to investigating Mekamaru's case? We better hurry. The class trial is gonna start soon.
You're right.
I haven't even seen the crime scene. Also, the guys in Strawberry House should be coming over to this side any moment now.
Bye now.
While we're at it, I'll go on ahead.
Hey.
It's okay. I already know. You want me to focus on Nekomaru's case right now, right? It's true that I'm shocked, but now's not the time for me to feel like that. Right now, I can't afford to be the only one who's depressed. I need to survive with everyone else and return home. That's what's most important. Isn't that right?
Yep.
I'm relieved to hear that. We should get moving then. Yeah, you're right. I should just forget about it for now. Need to focus on Nekomaru's case. Check our Tamagotchi. I've returned from the depths of hell.
Yup.
Gundam. Sorry we're late.
Hey,
Just so you all know, it's all thanks to me. I'm the one who fixed the elevator. Well, we seem to be. If nothing else, Nagito has stopped licking our boots. Or at least Hajime's in particular. See, it's just as I said, right?
hey, hey,
Are you even listening to me? I'm trying to stand out here.
hey.
More importantly, Kazuichi, did you look into the matter I asked you about?
Huh?
Oh, that thing about the compass? I looked into it while I was coming here, but I think this compass might be broken.
You stay quiet.
I didn't ask for your opinion, just tell me the results. Huh? Well... It's another... I wonder if he found out more about the everybody from this listing. I wonder if these guys are all, like, second string to some extent. The compass needle rotated 180 degrees while we were riding the elevator. Okay, the structure of the place is different than they thought. It is not a straight line. The needle rotated 180 degrees? It's just as I thought. What do you mean by that?
Well, that's obvious.
Well, obviously, the elevator most likely rotated 180 degrees.
Now then.
I should go investigate Nekomaru's body. As if he were thumbing his nose at us, Nagito began making his way towards Grape Tower.
Oh my.
Let's see. There's shifting maze. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really tell us that. It'll depend on how it ends up, how they end up actually situated. I can't recall how the elevators are situated as far as their relative position to the hallways. Nagito, what do you know? How much do you know? So we know that Nagito was able to cross before the elevator was fixed. And that inside, in the, past the dead room, there was a window. That upon looking out, he had some insight about the structure of the funhouse. Oh, yes, yes. All it takes is just, like, one panel flipping from, like, 90 degrees, and you can completely alter the perception of a maze. I just repaired the elevator. Do you seriously want to ride it already?
Hold it.
Let's do it later. Right now, it looks like Nagito is investigating Mekamaru's case. Definitely worried about what he's searching for. Okay, fine. I guess we'll follow her along with the guy that doesn't like us anymore.
You serious? Damn it!
I don't know who did this, but it's pretty messed up.
Hey,
Now's not the time to get sentimental. Come on, we need to hurry up and investigate. We've already investigated everything we can here.
wow.
No, you haven't. There's still something you should be able to investigate more thoroughly. Now that Mikan is no longer with us, we can't perform an autopsy.
Right?
But Kazuichi should be able to disassemble the body, right?
Huh?
It cannot be.
Is that true? You're going to disassemble Nekomaru's body? I mean, it's already been... like, the process has already begun. You can see it just off camera there. There's... like, you're just following through with the rest of it.
I won't forgive you.
Don't screw with me. Hasn't Coach Nekomaru been through enough already?
You don't know?
And through enough, we need to perform the investigation so we can find out who the killer is. Or perhaps you don't want to know, Akane. Or maybe you don't care what happened to Nekomaru.
Damn it!
You stay quiet.
If you suck at using your brain and you really want to know who the killer is, try not to interfere so much. Yeah, he found out more than just about Hajime. So he doesn't care about Hajime anymore because he said Hajime is just a student from the reserve group. And the reserve group is... they're not recruited as ultimates. They get into the university through a more normal process, like you take an entrance exam, you pay tuition, that kind of thing. So Nagito doesn't care about him because he's not an ultimate. And he was just rude to a couple of other ultimates, so apparent ultimates. So he found out some more stuff and is not telling them.
Damn it.
Jeez.
Come on, Kazuichi, what are you standing there for? Fine, I just have to do it, right? I know I said I wanted to see his insides, but not like this. This is just too much. Now, one of the things they've been telegraphing is that Kazuichi has been acting very suspicious.
Well...
Come on, are you guys feeling okay too? Now's not the time to start staring into space. There's definitely something wrong with you. I thought he was just treating me differently ever since he found out I have no talent, but it seems like that's not entirely the case. His attitude towards everyone else is strange now too. But why? Now's not the time to look away. I need Kazuichi to disassemble Nekomaru's body.
Damn it!
We've come so far, there's no way I can get sentimental at a time like this. I feel awful for Nekomaru, but this is necessary if we're going to find out the truth behind this case. As he forced out his voice through his clenched teeth, Kazuichi faced Nekomaru, his eyes full of determination, and began stabbing his tool knife into Nekomaru's body. Okay. If he's working on it to, like, disassemble it, stabbing a tool knife... Maybe Hajime is just really bad at describing even, like, simple tool use. You know, maybe he's looking at him applying a wrench and is like, he's bashing him with the wrench. Where did you get that tool knife?
Huh?
Nagito gave it to me. He said he had it ready before we even went to the amusement park. So Nagito did that too. It's like Nagito has full control of the situation.
Maybe...
Looks like the damage to his head is the reason. Huh? The reason Nekomaru died. I mean, stopped functioning. His torso is covered in huge dents, and his parts are dislocated. Maybe a gear shaft broke? Well, for now, I tried disassembling Nekomaru's chest. That should help us learn something, right? If that's the case, I need to look at Nekomaru's body one more time. Apparently Kazuichi has finished disassembling Nekomaru's body. I should probably check it out one more time. Yeah? Nekomaru's chest panel is open. The clock inside is completely exposed. The hands of the clock look like they're pointing to 7:30. Also, it looks like the clock alarm is set for 7:30 a.m. Means the clock broke the moment the alarm started ringing at 7:30. So one of the things that was called out last time was that when they went in and found the body, Monokuma was upset that all of the students had skipped out on the morning Tai Chi. But Chiaki and Hajime, as they were showing up, and I think there was one other person there, thought they were arriving 5 minutes early. And he had his alarm set to go off at 7:30. 7:30 is strange, right? I mean, we should have arrived at Grape Tower just before 7 a.m. for Monokuma Tai Chi. Is this clock malfunctioning? No, wait. They Chekhov's gunned everything about Nekomaru's functionality. Except the soda dispensing. It's a highly efficient radio clock. Radio clock? The type of clock that receives radio signals, so it can automatically update the time at fixed intervals. Simply put, it's an extremely accurate clock. It's a clock that will never slow down. It's even designed so that it cannot be adjusted. I've become a Time Lord. That's a point that I didn't recall. It also can't be changed. So whatever the clock says was accurate up until the time that he broke down. Even if it's an accurate clock, they didn't need to install it inside your body. What are you saying? I don't need to wear a wristwatch ever again. There's nothing more useful than this. Accurate radio clock that never slows down. If that's the case, why does this broken clock say 7:30? Something protruding from the back of Nekomaru's neck. Okay, that's the button that we saw last time. What's wrong with him? He's crouching over Nekomaru's body, and it almost seems like he's glaring at him. She's staring at Nekomaru's body with terrifying eyes. Hey, blood's dripping from your fist.
I'm good.
It's nothing. I was just holding back my anger and dug my nails into my palm.
Damn it.
This is nothing. It doesn't hurt at all compared to Nekomaru.
I won't forgive you.
We'll never forgive the killer. I'll beat him up so bad they'll never walk again.
You're the worst.
This is the worst. Huh?
Jeez.
You guys overlooked an important clue. I swear you're just the worst. Yeah. Like, he only told us that about one of the documents that he read through, really. Well, I'm sorry. He claimed that the Future Foundation document only told him more about the Killing School Life, the first game. And that the murders so far seemed very similar to the ones in the first game. The first two were really tenuous. The third one, it's like, okay. And he called out specifically that the fourth one, this being the fourth one on our run-through, was ruled a suicide. The Sakura's death in the first one. So I thought, there's no way I can leave this to you guys. What are you talking about?
Well...
I found this under a fragment of the pillar that tipped over. Is that a doorknob?
You don't even know?
Looks like the screws came out with it. Wouldn't happen unless you applied a ton of force to it. Looks like there are scratches near the base of the doorknob.
Hey.
Don't you think it's strange?
See?
We examined the far back door in Grape Tower. The doorknob is still intact, right? Oh, okay. So this loops in to what we just found with the elevator. That the elevator rotated 180 degrees while it was traversing the path between Grape and Strawberry. The type of doorknob that they've got is the type that's on the doors there. I wonder if when we look again at the Strawberry Hall door, that we'll see some damage to it. Now you mention it, you're right.
Now then.
If that's the case, where did this doorknob come from? It's not the door that leads to Strawberry Hall, and there's only one other possibility. It'd have to be the door connecting to Grape Hall that we entered from, right?
Well...
Makes sense to think about it like that. We should try it out.
You don't know?
We take the elevator to Strawberry House, and we enter Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall. It's the only way we can see the other side of that door, right? But the button to open the door to Strawberry Hall is broken, right?
It's obvious.
We can just repair it. After all, we have the ultimate mechanic on our side.
Well...
You're right, but I need parts to repair the door to Strawberry Hall. In Strawberry Hall. I can repair it if it's broken, but I don't have enough parts, and there's not much I can do about it. We have plenty of parts right there.
Huh? See?
Just use Nekomaru. I'm sure if you dig through his body, you can find parts you can use. Hold on, are you saying we should use parts from our dead friend? It's called recycling. It's a much better alternative than disposing of it with the rest of the junk, right? Junk?
Hey.
Well, Kazuichi, is it possible or impossible? Like you said, I could probably use these parts to repair the button, but... Seriously, hold on. Even if you do repair the button, what's going to happen to the chain on the other side of the door?
Huh?
Chain? The door that leads to Strawberry Hall has a chain wrapped around the doorknob. Even if you fix the button on the Strawberry Hall side, the door won't open as long as that chain is there. You don't need to worry about that at all. Huh? I don't need to worry. What does that mean?
Now then.
We should go over to Strawberry Hall so you can repair the door. Hey, I'm not finished. Hajime, you're going to come later too, right? It'd be really bothersome if you didn't. I mean, if there's someone in the tower, the door won't open at all.
Right?
So you should at least make sure you're not pulling my leg. After tersely saying that, Nagito left the area. Yeah, he found out something about everybody.
Huh?
What happened to him? He seems on edge about something.
Hmm.
Who knows?
Damn right.
It reminds me, Nagito asked Kazuichi to do something weird for him, right?
Yep.
It had something to do with how the elevator spins 180 degrees. I wonder what that could mean.
Hey,
Actually, to tell you the truth, Nagito asked me to do something weird too. He told me to investigate all the clocks inside both buildings. The clocks? So I did what he said and checked them all, but none of the clocks had their times messed up.
Jeez.
Why'd he ask me to do that in the first place? I don't get him at all. For now, why don't we head over to Strawberry Tower too? Along with the doorknob matter, there are still many mysteries surrounding this that we don't understand. If we go to Strawberry Tower, we might be able to solve some of the mysteries. Maybe.
Jeez, you're pathetic.
Looks like that's all we can do. Let's head over. You're right. What Nagito said about the door opening, what is he planning to do about the chain? It looks like it won't come off easily, so does Nagito have a plan or something? I don't understand this at all. Alright, real quick, we'll be right back. Just a moment. Alright, we're back. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Trying to see if I can get camera 1 working with more reliability. So, tweaked another setting. We'll see if it freezes up again on us. Back around we go. We walked into the elevator and made our way to Strawberry House. Been a while since I've come to Strawberry House. Hey, you're here.
Hey.
How'd the repairs go? Well, the damage wasn't too bad once I got the part, so I was able to fix it right away.
You?
A lot of nerve saying that when you use Nekomaru's parts without my permission.
Hey!
I mean, even so.
Now then.
Anyway, now that we're all here, why don't we hurry and try it out? What will happen if you press the button to Strawberry Hall's door?
Even so.
There's no way it'll open. You haven't done anything about the chain.
Hey!
The door to Strawberry Hall behind Nekomaru's body was blocked off by the chain, remember? You didn't do anything about that. It doesn't even matter if you fix the button on the outside. Yeah, okay, so it has to rotate 180 degrees to traverse the two rooms. So I wonder if instead of a straight line, it's more of like a V shape. With the elevator rotating around the back, and the chained part of the door is effectively the exit. So instead of it being like a straight line through where you can only enter from one side at a time, and the other side blocks it off, creating a dead end, that the tower rotates a little bit.
You.
Not even worth trying it out. Well, we've come this far. If he's saying we should try it out, we should give it a shot. Yeah, that'd be great. Hello, Sammy. It's like you got too much skin on the palm of your hand. Let me help you with that. No way this door will open. Not when the other side is chained up. With a feeling of resignation, I press the button. Okay, not what I was expecting. So the interior of the room is identical, and we're looking at it from the same side. So, the grape door and the strawberry door from the halls both enter the tower from the same side, which changes our understanding of the way the room looks. That'd imply that there's some way that the contents of the tower go to two separate perspectives. It's the far door is what throws off my understanding of that. Because it'd be possible that the tower is shifting positions. So are there two far doors and two close doors, you know?
Hey!
Why did it open?
Impossible!
Where did the chain go?
Hold it.
It's not the only thing that's strange. No other way to say it, this definitely looks weird.
So...
What do you mean? Huh.
Hey, hey!
Hey, this doesn't at all look the same as when we were in... Doesn't this all look the same as when we were in Grape Tower? And that's one of the other aspects, is the way they had thought it worked, Grape Tower and Strawberry Tower were the same place. I still think that's effectively still got to be true. At least as far as the contents of the towers is the same. I hope they're not going to play some sort of teleportation silliness. But another way to look at it would be that the floor could lower and switch places, you know? When we were inside, you're right, when we were inside Grape Tower, Nekomaru's body was in front of the far back door. Which means his body should be in front of the door to Strawberry Hall. So if we entered from Strawberry Hall, his body should be right in front of the door as we walk in. Then why isn't it like that? Why is Nekomaru's body in front of the door to Grape Hall? Would be another possibility.
Hey!
Not just that, the parts that I carefully arranged when I disassembled the body all moved too. Body isn't the only thing that moved. Even the tipped over pillar and the spilled oil, they've all moved in the exact same way. Okay, they're saying moved as in, it's the opposite alignment that they thought it should be. That's a very awkward way to call it out. It's like, oh, everything's moved. As opposed to emphasizing it looks exactly the same as when we came in. It's the opposite. The assumption that it was moved to look the same, but that's an odd way to put it. Everything that was at the crime scene inside Grape Tower shifted to the opposite side. It's as if it all rotated 180 degrees, right? I can't imagine that the floor rotated 180 degrees, but is that really what this means? It's more than that. I feel like there's an even greater mystery here. A mystery so great that it could drastically affect the outcome of the case. We might have to rethink this. We might need to fundamentally rethink how we've been approaching this case. Strange feeling in the tower.
I see.
The chain disappeared, the strange feeling I felt when I went back and forth between the two towers. Just as I thought, it was definitely the right choice to confirm this. Just as you thought? Then you already knew about this mystery? You have a bad habit of relying on others when you don't understand. Why don't you try investigating first?
See?
That door at the far back with the picture of a grape on it? Maybe there's a clue hidden there. There's a clue on that door? Yeah, the missing knob. It should lead to Grape Hall. Right? One of the doorknobs is gone. It's like the screws came out with it.
Now then.
It's the same as that doorknob that was on the... It's the same as that doorknob that was on the floor.
See?
See, the screws came out with it, right? And the doorknob next to Nekomaru's body came off the door to Grape Hall.
Well,
That's what it looks like. When you said clue, were you talking about this? But what is it a clue to?
what?
Did you get even more confused? No need to worry, just one clue will change everything. All the mysteries will be solved as if everything were linked together, if you can reach it, just like I did. What does that mean? Even if I asked him that, Nagito probably wouldn't give me an answer. So it'd be a waste of time to ask. Well, time's up. Trial time.
That it's time for the class trial. To tell you the truth, I'm tired. Extremely tired. I feel like spending the rest of my life hibernating already.
I feel that, Monokuma.
Man, I know it's bad, but I'm so sleepy. I just want to ditch. Though I really don't feel like it, I'll show you my serious side when you come to the class trial. Even though it's impossible since it's so annoying, you can count on me to take this seriously.
Looks like it's gonna start. Another class trial.
Hey, hey!
How are we supposed to get to the trial ground?
Damn it!
Can't do anything unless we get out of this building. Akane, did something happen?
Hey!
Did you guys hear something? Hear something?
Hey.
What do you hear this time? Suddenly, as if cutting off Chiaki, our surroundings started to shake and rumble. And then it suddenly appeared before us. Yes, that's one way. Hope nobody was standing further into the room. He telling us to go inside from here? Seems that way.
All right!
Just hold on, Nekomaru. I'll make sure to I avenge you.
You're pathetic.
Please be a little cautious. It's obviously a trap.
It appears you cannot escape.
Agree. I detect the scent of danger. Even my familiars are saying, do not go inside.
It's nearly showtime!
Oh, interesting. If you can kill me, you're welcome to try. Try stabbing your sword through my very heart. Now then, we shall get moving as well.
Yep.
You're right. It's annoying, but if Miss Sonia is going, there's no way I'm not going too.
Damn it!
But it's so annoying. Guess it doesn't matter if it's trap or not. One by one, everyone went into Monokuma Rock. In the first game, it would have been silly for them to constantly say maybe it's a trap, since Monokuma demonstrated that the rules were absolute. With only the discretion to not punish. Whereas this time, Monokuma plays a little fast and loose with the rules. So, oh, there might actually be a death trap. Like presenting a Russian roulette game. Telling them you have to kill or you'll starve, that kind of stuff. They have established the rule of it's only supposed to be during the trials or rule breaking, but it looks like they're going by the it's not against the rules so I can do it kind of stuff. We're the same stepladders. Huh? Nagito was suddenly standing next to me with his eyes locked on Monokuma Rock. Other than the small movements of his mouth, he was perfectly still.
Well,
You and I are just stepladders. for everyone who holds the title of Ultimate. I always believed that I didn't mind. Unlike you, I know my place. What are you saying?
Man.
That's why I was prepared to become a sacrifice at any time, and from that, true hope would be born. I always believed that the talent that survived would be true hope.
Damn it.
But it wasn't. There's no hope amidst all this killing. Of course there isn't. What kind of hope comes from killing people?
What?
Really? Are you suggesting that sacrificing others for hope isn't real hope? But you're wrong. It's only natural and extremely obvious that strong hope devours weak hope. Danganronpa playing fast and loose with the terms hope and despair once more.
Isn't that right?
After all, that's what it means to live, right? There's no way I'm going to accept that.
Well,
Not like that's what I wanted to say to you anyway.
hey,
There's this one novel I like. It's a peculiar mystery story. Huh? A novel? The story is told from the point of view of a high school girl involved in a serial killer mystery. But when you get to the end, surprise, surprise, the girl was actually the killer. Spoilers, Nagito. What would happen if we found this fictional story, contained only within a fictional series of events in a video game? Of course, the story is written carefully so the reader doesn't learn the ending in the middle of the story. The protagonist is just a projection of the reader, and the projection turns out to be the killer. Which means the killer you were looking for the whole time was inside you all along. How do you feel about novels like that? What are you talking about? You're just jumping from one topic to another. I can't comment on a book I've never read before.
no good at all.
Such a normal answer. I should have expected that from a talentless reserve course student like you. Just the total 180 of his opinion of Hajime. I know that you don't matter at all, so why do I care about you? You admire hope. I love hope.
Right?
In some ways, we're similar, but maybe that difference is what's making me so emotional. Enough already. I don't have time to argue with you. Let's go. Everyone is waiting.
Man.
Everyone, huh? So you still believe you're just like everyone else? Reserved course students are so full of themselves. And that right there, that's... I thought in Danganronpa 1 there was sort of an internal revolt from a different group of students. Nagito's chilling laugh continued as he disappeared into Monokuma Rock. Calm down. That's right, I need to calm down. Took several deep breaths, and once my nerves had settled, I stepped into Monokuma Rock. The elevator shook violently as it descended at an ever-increasing speed. Yeah, even in Danganronpa 1, they didn't really acknowledge often that the main character is the one that carries everybody. Even the characters that were like, oh man, I also know the answers, often didn't really present the answers. We always got the, well, I know the answer, but why don't you fill everyone else in? I can't be bothered. The elevator shook violently as it descended at an ever-increasing speed.
Hey.
You know, even Kyoko, let alone Byakuya, pulled that a lot during the first game. Sometimes it was framed as you have to come to your own conclusions, but even during the trial they would not say something resulting in everyone's death unless you step in and point it out. We're in a normal elevator that shakes this bad. It reminds me how efficient the elevator in the funhouse was.
Well, yeah.
It's probably true. The elevator continued to shake and descended deeper and deeper. And suddenly, it stopped, like it always does. And the door opened.
Well now.
I understand your desire to applaud this wonderfully vulgar trial ground.
Yahoo!
But it's so exhausting to discuss useless things. So let's just get on with it already. So sad. My chest hurts. Forcing everyone to do this is so sad.
Hey, come on now.
Don't go talking without permission after I've said my catchphrase.
Now I'm really angry.
Otherwise, I'll roll a dice, and based on the result, I'll give you a sex change operation that many times. An extreme punishment.
Now then.
Let's get on with it once again. Let's get a move on, boys and girls. So it begins. I hope this would never happen again, and now it's happening for the 4th time. I mean, it was kind of a certainty. This is the second time that Monokuma has forced everybody to take part in a killing. I know, right, casemate? I mean, even after the first time, it would really just be chopping, you know? There'd be so much tissue damage. The curtain to the 4th class trial was about to open. Nekomaru Nidai, the ultimate team manager. He was more passionate, more daring, more honest than anyone I'd ever met. Truly, he was more man than any of us. He sacrificed his body to protect Akane, and his appearance changed drastically because of that. But he still tried to live earnestly. And just when I got used to his new form, Nekomaru's killer is one of us. Running out of people on that second panel. Killing someone because it's the only way to survive is no excuse. I won't let this be excused. I won't forgive this. The person who betrayed Nekomaru, who betrayed their friends, I will never ever forgive them. This life-threatening trial billowing with hope and despair. This is the catchphrase entering the trials for Hajime. I can't remember exactly what Makoto's was, but it was a it was kind of a repetitious loop. You know, this thing, this class trial ended has begun. Would you like to save? Yes, I would. You get a new one. Either got trance. I think we got trance. Barrier to the final dead room has been broken, and the ultimate weapon rises from its deep sleep. Huh. Let's see if we can... Never notice that ticker at the bottom. An intense survival game awaited at the fun house. Right when everyone had their backs to the wall... Yeah, okay.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it.
I don't mind that they are, that they have an intro like this, but it really should just be the first one. Like, the first one, they tell you the general gimmick of the trial. In all subsequent ones, I'd prefer if it was just a synopsis of what had happened. You know, you were in the fun house, and Nekomaru was killed.
If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. I'm sure you guys are starving by now, but let's get revved up and raring to go. Whoever survives will be treated to a fancy lunch. Guess what? Rabbit curry is on the menu.
Huh? I'm not the main ingredient, right?
I'm here today because Coach Nekomaru risked his life to protect me. I'm gonna be the one who avenges him. I'll definitely find out who the killer is. I'm definitely not tempted by curry. Got it?
Akane, you seem to have an impressive amount of drool flowing from your mouth.
Hey, why don't we try going over the incident? We weren't able to leave Strawberry House, so I want to make sure we get a detailed understanding.
I discovered Nekomaru's body a little before 7 a.m. I headed over to Grape Tower from Monokuma Taichi and found the body there. Hajime and Chiaki were also with me.
Hajime was with Miss Sonia and Chiaki that early in the morning? Don't tell me you three were together since last night!
Imbecile! I am not some woman with flexible legs.
I get generally where she was going with that.
Of course you're not. You're much classier than that.
With legs like those, I could probably do the splits real easy.
We just happened to run into each other on the first floor of Grape House and went to the tower together.
And then, the three of us discovered Nekomaru's body.
The body discovery announcement was made soon after. Akane heard that and rushed over.
We heard the body discovery announcement too, from Strawberry House, obviously. As I recall, we found out the elevator was out of order, which left us stuck.
So we decided to go to the tower for the time being and headed for Strawberry Hall. But someone even broke Strawberry Hall's door button. We couldn't go anywhere because of that.
It's hard to tell. Like, maybe in her country, gymnastics is vulgar.
Thinking we should at least find some method
Doing
to
all those
communicate, we set our
stretches.
sights on the lounge telephone.
Forget these boring intros. Let's talk about the killer.
Akane just sit in the corner.
Anyway, it's definitely someone from Strawberry House.
What do you mean, definitely?
There's no way a chick would kill someone so cruelly. So it must be one of you Strawberry House dudes. One of you better hurry up and confess, or I'll break all of you in half!
You're the cruelest one here!
Now, enough with the lovers' quarrel. We need to think about this seriously. We don't have the luxury of discussing irrelevant things. The incident this time has many questions.
The incident notwithstanding, I also have many questions.
Then let's start with something even Miss Sonia can understand. The weapon.
Back of the hand.
Well, the weapon is obvious, right?
Yeah, Nagito is... He's gone from, like, really obsequious to, like, almost disgusted with all of them.
What the heck, you guys? The weapon! You could totally tell just by looking.
Know what the weapon is just by looking? It wouldn't be much of a mystery if that were true. The only thing at the crime scene that looked like a weapon was probably...
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right! It was a surprise beating! The weapon is decided!
Hammer in the tower was the weapon, like he said. It looks like that's the case, but...
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right! It was a surprise beating! The weapon is decided!
So we can either concur with the idea of a surprise, or we can... We can object to the idea that it was that he was pummeled, you know. this. Let's look at what we've got here. So this is wire wound all the way around his body with a loop tied at one end. One of the pillars on the side of the door was tipped over. The damaged area of the pillar was also stained, so heavy that even two people couldn't budge it. Maybe the oil on the floor to refute the beating? Let's try that.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
Nope.
Damn it!
Okay, maybe it's the new-looking hammer.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime!
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
No, that's wrong!
The key aspect of that one is new looking.
No.
The idea that
I
if
can't
you
accept
pummeled
that
him with
hammer
it
was
would
the murder
look
weapon.
new.
Why not? Why can't you accept it?
A lot of oil was flowing from Nekomaru's body. Just like human blood, right?
So, I feel like the oil should have contradicted it as well, then.
If the hammer was used to beat Nekomaru, you'd expect some oil to be on it at least.
But that hammer was clean. So that's why you can't accept that it's the murder weapon.
Well, yeah, but the killer might have wiped off the oil later.
Why?
Well, obviously, to make the hammer look like it's not the murder weapon.
Then why bother cleaning the oil? If they didn't want it to look suspicious, they would have discarded the hammer.
You're pretty insightful, baby gangsta.
Baby gangsta? Me?
Just so y'all know, I was trying to test you guys. I thought, maybe you guys mistook the hammer for the weapon or something.
It seems that was a waste of time.
Then what was the real weapon used to murder Nekomaru?
That's the problem. There wasn't anything else at the crime scene that looked like a potential weapon.
Then, how about we look at it from a different angle? If it doesn't have oil on it, it's not the weapon. So whatever has oil on it must be the weapon, right?
Actual weapon has oil on it.
I see!
The only thing with oil on it is that broken pillar.
Then that pillar is the weapon! Coach Nekomaru got clobbered with that pillar!
Nobody could withstand a blow from that pillar. Even if you used 100% of your muscle strength, it would be impossible to wield it as a weapon.
Why?
We tried to move it, right?
This one, though, it's like, it's tipped over, folks. Like, it just needed to fall on him. They seem very insistent on the idea of somebody picked up the pillar and clobbered him with it manually.
Yeah, that pillar was pretty frickin' heavy. But there's one dude who could have lifted that pillar.
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Coach Nekomaru's robot body! With that dude's super strength, lifting a pillar would be real easy.
So, he lifted the pillar, and then what? Did he use it to beat himself?
You mean Nekomaru killed himself?
Don't be stupid! He ain't the type to commit suicide.
So one possible implication of this, that the killings have been at least vaguely similar to the original killings, is that the traitor is orchestrating them in some way to make it look like, to push them to look that way.
Then even if Nekomaru
But
could have lifted
that's
that pillar, it has nothing
a
to do with the
reach.
case at all.
Well, I guess you're right.
What the heck?
And that's Akani's contribution to Akane. Her contribution to each of the cases is usually to latch on to an idea and then immediately back off when it's questioned. Like, yeah, you're right. Oh, I guess that's wrong. The word suicide. The fourth murder of the Killing School life was apparently ruled a suicide. Huh? That shouldn't matter. There's no way Nekomaru would commit suicide.
But that's a problem. If it's not the pillar, then there's no other weapon we can think of.
There may be a way to use the pillar as a weapon without lifting it.
Huh? For reals?
Yes, for reals.
I see. So my gut was right after all.
You can see her holding up her hands doing air quotes when she did that, you know.
All right. It's up to you, Sonia. Prove that pillar was the murder weapon.
Understood. Then I shall give it my all. Sonia, here I go!
Start with the pillar fragments and then maybe the...
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over.
Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonia, you go, girl! I'm getting hella excited!
Tipping the pillar over, is that really it?
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over.
Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonia, you go, girl! I'm getting hella excited!
Keep hitting escape for that. Wire again doesn't help. The pillar was also stained. It was so heavy. There. Fragments were underneath his body. There were no fragments on top of his body. Yeah, so the pillar is damaged, but the fragments are under him. So it's got to be the fragments. Let's...
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over.
Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonya! I'm getting hella excited!
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
Dang it.
They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Hey there, MB.
Even I could probably tip it over, considering it probably exerted a ton of...
Sonya, you... I'm getting hella excited!
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
No, that's wrong!
There we go. How you doing today, MB?
If Nekomaru was crushed by the pillar, then there should have been fragments on top of his body.
Yep.
Huh? Fragments?
The pillar fragments were scattered beneath Nekomaru's body, but there weren't any on top of his body. If the pillar had been tipped over and crushed him, the fragments should have been on top of his body instead.
I briefly considered that too. But it's probably not what happened.
I see. That was entirely my bad.
If they didn't tip it over, then how did the killer murder Nekomaru with that pillar?
How much longer are you gonna focus on the pillar? Just let it go already!
There's no way I can let it go. I'm positive that Nekomaru was killed by that pillar.
Why are you so certain about that?
I just have a feeling.
A feeling, huh? That's just your instincts.
But we can't say for sure that that instinct is wrong, can we? There's another way to use that pillar to kill. You guys just haven't noticed it.
Is that true?
Then I shall ask you, what way is that?
You guys, the same as usual. You're unable to clear a path to the future with your own powers, so you just stand there and falter.
Nagito getting disgruntled
What
again.
a waste of talent. And you all intend to fight the Future Foundation? You make me laugh.
What did you say?
Regardless, it's not like I want to die with the rest of you. So I guess I should lend a hand.
Hey, Nagito. What the hell happened to you? How come you're not talking like a lunatic anymore?
I've learned a valuable lesson. Ignorance is by far the greatest shame.
Huh? What do you mean?
Who cares? Just tell us how the pillar was used to kill!
Now that said, his fanaticism for everyone else was an interesting plot device. I'm interested to see how this develops. Because if he's now disgusted with all of them, is he going to try to kill in order to get out?
Well, first of all, the pillar itself is not enough. But when combined with a specific item, there's a way it could be possible.
So is the indication here supposed to be one of the things we had talked about, the idea of the pillar falls over and, like, pulls on the cable and cuts him to ribbons, you know? Like, pulls him apart.
A specific item?
Of course, the ultimate weapon.
Ultimate weapon?
Yeah, casemate.
Isn't that the thing you get when you clear the final dead room?
So, Nagito knows what the ultimate weapon is?
Of course I know. But I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen it, you know?
We've seen it?
That's right. You've seen it clearly. Because I, the one who has claimed dominion over evil, am the ultimate weapon. I am he who cuts the insolent catalyst which flows out from the chaos with the sword of victory. It's only fitting that I deserve to be called the ultimate weapon.
No, you are far greater than the ultimate weapon, since you wield your 4 dark devas of destruction.
I see.
Flustered Gundam is cute.
I don't know why, but I'm not liking this.
Cut the bullshit and say it clearly. What is the ultimate weapon?
In order to clarify that, We first need to solve the secret of the funhouse.
Huh? The secret of the funhouse?
You still don't realize it? Jeez, get it together. You're supposed to be the symbols of hope, aren't you?
Okay, yeah. In the first one, there was supposed to be like a backup group. Like they weren't the symbols of hope. They weren't the front line. And it's the other ones that rebelled, and I thought they were the ones that kicked off the kind of the calamity. So the fact that Hajime was part of the reserve group kind of reminds me of a comment that Monokuma made earlier, that it was something like, it's strange that that Hajime feels that way. I think it was maybe related to the Future Foundation.
Ah, I forgot. Except for Hajime, of course.
Jeez. Runs back over and gives Hajime a kick.
Except for Hajime?
If we make it out of this, I'll explain it to you guys.
Anyway, we must first clarify the secret of the funhouse, right? Then I think it must have something to do with the structure of the funhouse. Strawberry House leads to Strawberry Tower, and Grape House leads to Grape Tower. But in actuality, they are both the same building, and both houses are linked to the central tower.
So when we discovered the murder scene, Sonya made a point of calling that out. That, hey, can we agree on one thing? That it's that the two towers are actually the same building. Like, can we assume
It is
that?
undeniable that such a sweet building structure is the secret of the funhouse.
I really think she needs a sprite that is her doing air quotes.
Man, not only does that make perfect sense, but Miss Sonia's beautiful voice is just so soothing.
Faux show! I shall leave this matter to your
Oof.
discretion.
Oh, that one hurt. Two houses are connected to the tower in the middle. I thought that at first too, but ended up finding proof that it completely contradicts that. What's another thing? What if... See, I wonder... Okay. So Nekomaru wasn't crushed by the pillar. Instead, the little noose was thrown around the door, the grape door, inside the tower. Then, when they activated the tower door to open the door from the other side, essentially, the floor drops out and then shifts to the other location. That dropped the floor and essentially pulled the wire tight. It was not like a noose, but it was a loop around the doorknob. That pulls the wire tight, shreds Mekamaru, and maybe in the process bashes his body against the pillar, and that's what gets the oil on it. The pillar falls over, and then the doorknob breaks and he falls on the fragments. Henceforth, it's when the room is moved, he's still there, on the ground. And the knob was under the pillar too. That still makes... I think it was the knob was amongst the fragments. So, that's where I think we're going then. That's where I think we're going with this.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
I think it's the
that's
broken
the secret
doorknob.
of the funhouse.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls
I'm
are
using
different
the upgrade
colors.
that means I can fire wildly.
And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this problem. Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
Nope, not the doorknob on that.
Damn it!
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this problem. Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
Alright, let's... Okay, let's do strange feeling in the tower. It's that the arrangement was identical. So you can't be entering from the same side. Or you can't be entering from opposite sides.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this. Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
No, that's wrong! Both of those towers, are they really the same place?
Why are you asking that now? Do you harbor a grudge because my kingdom destroyed your homeland?
Hajime, I won't tolerate any sort of rebellion.
So, I mean, the mystery is interesting. Some of the contradictions that you have to call out are a little fuzzy right now. Not that I think they're wrong, but that the things that they're trying to have me to call out feel too vague. Casemate, I think that was just supposed to be a wild exclamation. Not that it's actually based on anything. It was like a, have I done something to you?
I mean, doesn't it seem strange?
There has been no basis
When we went
for
to
that.
Grape Tower
Colorado.
from Grape Hall, Nekomaru's body was in front of the door to Strawberry Hall. But when we went to Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall, his body was in front of the door to Grape Hall.
It's probably some kind of trick, like the floor rotating 180 degrees or something. If it is, then see? That means it could have passed as the exact same place, right?
If so, then what? Do you seriously think such a simple answer is the correct answer?
Does that mean he's wrong?
Oops, I guess I've said too much.
If the floor didn't rotate, then that means we need to think about the structure of the building again.
Yeah, if Nagito continues this behavior in subsequent cases, his quality as a character, like his writing quality, will have plummeted. as far as this kind of game is concerned. Because the behavior of Kyoko and Byakuya in the class trials, the implication is, in the first one, the implication was supposed to be that they're also really smart and know it, and are either being arrogant or trying to show that somebody else can solve it too. But it comes across as, I'm not going to help. I'm fine with all of us dying. And Nagito is starting to take on some of that behavior. Which is, and then at the same time, nobody will acknowledge that it's actually the main character that is saving all of them during the trials. That has been especially true in this one, where everybody's pointing at him and saying, like, yeah, he's real suspicious.
Bow down! Then how about this? Somebody moved Nekomaru's body.
Like, in this trial, Envy, like, in this instance, Nagito's behavior, I think, is warranted, because he has very suddenly started to act hostile to everybody. So this is him kind of lashing out. It will be, if he keeps acting this way subsequently, that becomes a flaw in his behavior. Because if he becomes totally nihilistic about it, like, I don't care if I die, then why does he help at all? Why doesn't he just sit there and sulk in the corner, effectively? And if he still wants to survive, why would he just sit there and, you know, metaphorically sulk in the corner? He would still want the trial to succeed properly so he doesn't get killed. Or he should immediately commit a murder and try to get out. But for him to be like, you guys are all stupid, but I'm not going to tell you, in a subsequent trial, wouldn't make sense. Especially given they demonstrate he's really clever.
While we were moving from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, but we should have all been together during that time. Even if they tried to move the body inside the tower.
Then Monokuma did it. While we were moving, Monokuma quickly moved things around.
But Nekomaru's body wasn't the only thing moved. Are you saying the broken pillar was moved too?
If it is too heavy to carry, let them roll it. Just like if there is no bread, let them eat cake.
Say the oil on the floor at that point. So either that or the broken doorknob.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. And Nekomaru could have been moved. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time.
Exactly.
That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
And it's often used out of proper context.
Monokuma is surprisingly strong. Wielding the power of the pillar, the body could have moved it all, easy as pie.
I wasn't paying attention. Frantic button pushing.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong. Wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene? He could have moved it all, easy as pie.
Yeah, it's everything at the crime scene.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong. Wielding the power of the future, the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
Allow me to cut through those words! Moving the body and pillar is possible. But it would have been impossible to move the oil on the floor.
Huh?
When the position of Nekomaru's body and the pillar changed, the oil surrounding his body moved too. Physically moving all of the oil like that is simply not possible. no matter how you look at it.
Then it's impossible to think it was moved.
I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe I got so fired up.
This particular minigame, I think, is fun in that, just like with the Panic Talk one being a little, it's more aptly named. So in the prior one, it was just them shouting, "No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid." This part is, I think, better presented in that they're very fixed in their reasoning and they're kind of getting heated. So this is like pushing through it and saying, no, this is what's wrong with your argument. As opposed to everybody talking, it's a much more aggravated part. The Panic Talk is still, why does this need to be a special defense? Yeah. At the end of the little sword argument thing, they tend to be like, oh, I see that I was wrong.
It's all right. A fired-up Miss Sonia is awesome to watch.
Like, the point of that minigame seems to be as much to calm them down.
So what really happened? Does that mean the two towers aren't the same building?
We can't be certain of that either. Not when the experiment involving the handbook I left on the tower floor was a complete success.
Yeah, the E-handbook was still there. That's why we thought the two towers were the same building.
If they're not the same building, or two different buildings, then what are they?
No idea, huh?
Mystery of the Funhouse ties into the secret of the towers, but we don't have enough clues. The only thing we can do is rely on the one person who has those clues.
Hey, Nagito. I thought it would come to this. I knew my turn was coming up. Fine. I'll tell you guys a big hint that can help you solve the secret of the funhouse.
Give us the answer, not a friggin' hint!
But then it wouldn't mean anything. I need you guys to do this class trial properly. It's also important for me because it will help me determine something.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's his behavior in this trial, I think, is still reasonable for his character. He's discovered something that has kind of shaken his belief in everybody in this group. And he's kind of expecting something of them now. As opposed to often very actively being useful during the trial. Even during the investigation, like, hey, like the theater ticket thing, like, you should keep a hold of this. It will be useful. He's vague about it, but it's still I am assisting you. Is he talking about the traitor? So why did Nagito say that all of a sudden? Did something
But
happen
how
to
do
him?
we know your hint is any good? It's suspicious that you're the only one who knows it.
I have a good reason for that. The reason I'm the only one who knows it is because I was the only one who performed the appropriate action. I see!
A life-threatening game, yeah.
You're talking about the final dead room, right? You cleared the life-threatening game there and found something, didn't you?
That's right. The hint is what I saw after I cleared it.
So he looked out a window in the octagon, the room past the final dead room.
In the depths of the final dead room, there was a hidden room surrounded by concrete.
I was just mentioning that earlier, NB. It's despite the fact that after the first trial, even during the first trial, Nagato has actually been very helpful in solving them. Often he will participate and he will call out true things. He will help during the investigation. And every time they're like, no, it must be you. What did you do? You messed with things. And he's never messed with things. He's only set up the murder in the first one. Like, he set up an attempted murder in the first one. But even then, that setup was very, like, when it comes down to it, obvious. Like, he was the closest one. He had a way to find the knife, that kind of thing. Like, it was apparent that it would have been him, and he wouldn't have cared if he got found out. But everybody else, he's helped find the right one. Like, I get that they don't trust him implicitly, or explicitly, but, maybe not leap to conclusions of like, oh, we can't trust this guy, ever.
And there, a small conspicuous window waited, all by itself. From that window, I saw some very strange scenery.
Strange scenery?
Instead of explaining it, it might be faster just to show you. At an opportune time, I found a perfect camera in the final dead room.
You took a picture?
Yep.
Nagito grinned creepily as he retrieved a small digital camera from his inner pocket.
See? This is it.
He said that he showed us a peculiar picture.
Let me explain it to you again. I took this picture on the first floor of Strawberry House, from the secret room within the final dead room.
Okay, so he's in Strawberry House looking out. That puts him at an angle to this. Okay, yeah, the dead room is in the back, like opposite the Strawberry Hall on the first floor. And he is looking out a window in that area. And he can see one of the towers, the very tall circular building. Which means they're aligned opposite each other at the moment. Yeah.
But don't you think it's weird?
Like they're flipped 180 and adjacent to each other. So that's why it has to rotate 180 degrees, as it has to go around a hemisphere.
If the funhouse's structure is what you guys have been thinking, then there's lots of things that don't make sense in this picture, right?
Lots of things that shouldn't make sense in this picture.
Let's begin. Shall I call it thinking time?
Spot selection. It's the tower, right? There's only one tower in the picture. That's what we've been thinking all along. Means it's not natural at all, don't you agree?
Crap!
No. No! Ah. Especially Chiaki saying that. I'm in the back of the first floor, and I can see the tower. Okay, to be fair, maybe they're thinking, well, the window could be off to the side of the first floor.
Crap!
Okay, this is silly. Right.
Here!
Okay. Explain this
You
bullshit
said this
game.
photo was taken from the hidden room inside the final dead room, right?
Okay. So what they're asserting is they're going to assert that there's a lower floor.
If that's the case, then that means it should have been taken from the first floor of Strawberry House.
Yeah, it should have been.
Then this is definitely strange.
Are they going
this photo
to
doesn't
assert
look like it was taken from the first floor. The angles
that-
suggest it was taken from higher up.
that Strawberry House is above or below or something like that?
I see. And is that it?
There are lots of things that don't make sense. I don't like this part. This is akin to the what do you think is wrong in the Phoenix Wright pictures. Because sometimes what they think you should be spotting is, no, this is reasonable, or we don't know that that's something that should be false or not. Let's see. Nope. Any part of the tower, if you click any part of the tower, it doesn't like it. This is still. When you enter the final dead room, when you exit the final dead room, so straight line through the back of Strawberry House, which is, I'm opposite that tower room here. I'm sorry, I'm opposite the hallway in Strawberry. Then, if you look at the position of the door to the final dead room, when it shows you in the room, you're looking at the door to the final dead room. You can look left or right. There is a, like, left and right of the door. So exiting the door, coming out of Strawberry House, you turn left, and in a straight line, there's a window. Which means I should not be able to see this at all from that window. Like, for me to be able to see that window, see the tower from this window, that means there is a tower at 90 degrees off. That should be weird. They don't know this, but Nagito should jump in and say, yes, it's weird to see the tower here. This could just be the game developers bungling the spatial positioning of the window. I mean, I get that, MB, but the problem is that it's not visually apparent. This feels like I have to flail to get the answer. Because clicking on the lower floor, they're like, oh, this was from high up. Well, that already makes me wonder about the positioning. But we already know that the tower was very tall and that the hallways were very tall.
Crap! Here! If the structure of the funhouse is what we thought it was, Grape House and Strawberry House should link to the tower in the middle, which means if you're viewing the tower from Strawberry House, you should see Grape House behind it. But in this photo, I don't see anything behind the tower. No shadow, no shape, no Grape House at all.
Yeah, but you have to click off in the forest on the right. If you click on the tower, they're like, no, the tower is normal. That is the thing that irritates me, is clicking on the building should be, the building doesn't look like how we think it's supposed to look. That fact by itself.
That's right. Good call.
Badly done, game. Badly done.
In summary, this is the truth contained in this photo. The first floor of Strawberry House is located in a high area, and Grape House is not behind the tower.
It's not? Are you saying that Grape House is merely an illusion spell cast by Monokuma's cursed eye?
From this point on, do your own thinking. Now that you've finally met the same requirements as me. If you guys are truly symbols of hope, you can easily solve a simple mystery like this. It might be possible for Hajime to solve it too, even though he's just a normal high school student.
So Grape House being below Strawberry House would throw off my assertion of how the pillar toppled over. Because if Grape House was above Strawberry House, then that would work as far as the floor lower down aspect.
Despite the fact that you don't have a real talent, you already know about the other clue.
The other clue? Is he talking about that one time? Hello there. Are you here? Because I showed up. How did you even come here? Maybe I teleported.
You're referring to when you suddenly appeared on the second floor of Grape House, right?
I'm asking you just to be safe. At the time, where do you think I came from?
The top floor, right?
Such sharp eyes. So you realized it already.
Top floor. So the third floor?
But the Monokuma Archive should be the only room on the third floor of Grape House.
So the Monokuma Archive is connected to the dead room.
What does it mean?
But yeah, with any of these detective games, it should never feel like you're having to kind of frantically guess. Little narrow apertures are trickier than yes. They Oh, this is badly worded. Do the buildings that you're in exist? I mean, I like the mystery that's being presented in this one, but good God. Same building. Then they're positioned vertically now. What they're accomplishing with this minigame is kind of cool. The mechanics of it, but what they're accomplishing, the asking you a series of A/B questions, is okay.
It's all coming together.
That part is good.
Got it. I know the secret of the funhouse.
Then let me hear it. What kind of answer will you give, I wonder?
In the picture Nagito took from Strawberry House, I didn't see Grape House at all.
I mean, additionally, it is weird that we're seeing pine trees in what is apparently a highly tropical climate, but there is enough variable climate in the area amongst the islands that, like, okay, whatever. But this shows, like, a wide sea of evergreen trees. Like pine trees.
So where did Grape House go? There was only one possibility. It was in a position where it couldn't be seen from Strawberry House. Which means Strawberry House and Grape House are in the same building, but on different floors.
Same building, different floors?
Then the two houses aren't two different 3-story buildings. They're actually one 6-story building?
If you think about it like that, based on Nagito's picture, it's clear where Strawberry House is located.
And if they're 6-story buildings, if it's a 6-story building, and we're looking out from okay. So the bottom floor of Strawberry House is looking out such that it's near the top of the 6-story building. That doesn't line up.
I see! On top of Grape House. That's where Strawberry House is located.
I mean, this assumption is what I agree that they were trying to go for, but
Because of that, the photo taken from the first floor of Strawberry House was at a high angle.
Okay, no, this is fair. This is fair. It's from where we're positioned, there is still the possibility of perspective, making it so that those are gigantic bricks, you know?
Altogether, this means the first floor of Strawberry House is also the 4th floor above Grape House.
Oh, snap! I never expected that the two houses were connected vertically.
But what about the shape of the building? The two houses were completely different shapes.
Strawberry House is 4-sided, and Grape House is 6-sided, right?
It never occurred to us that they were the same building because it was structured with two different shapes. A quadrilateral and a hexagon, overlaid atop each other to misdirect how we would perceive them. And it worked, didn't it? Disregarding the tower, we fully believe the two houses were two separate, distinct buildings.
In order to conceal the unique design of the funhouse, Monokuma put us to sleep so we couldn't look at the outside of the building when he brought us to it.
You've just been Kuma'd!
Don't you think a building full of so many surprises totally deserves to be called a fun house?
I don't know. Something about the phrase, "you've been Kuma," doesn't feel right.
Then it's true? The building was really like that?
I mean, I get that he's effectively saying, "you've been bared," but still.
That's right! Those two houses exist on different floors in the same building!
Constructing a building like that on your own without my knowledge? How horrible!
Then what about the towers? Are they arranged vertically just like the houses?
Yeah, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower should have also been different floors inside the same building. Just like Strawberry House was on top of Grape House.
Oh, that's a good touch. That's a good touch. So when they were showing their perceived diagram, like when they thought it was horizontally aligned, the little banner over Grape Tower heading into Grape Hall was further forward. So you see how the bar of the two hallways, the blue bar, how in Grape it is already in the building. That far into the Grape Hall is where there was like a little pillar set, like a gate, whereas it was flush to the wall in Strawberry.
Strawberry Tower was also on top of Grape Tower.
However, if they're different floors within the same building, why was Nekomaru's body in both places?
Aw, your precious hammies don't know? But it's so simple! Alrighty then. I'll be the one who solves this mystery in a flash. Please watch me, Miss Sonia.
Oh, I see. Do whatever you like.
Dismissed. Shut down.
I'll definitely make her watch me. I'm gonna stand out till she notices me.
So very, very desperate. You're gonna end up with the wrong sort of being noticed.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash.
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy.
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them! I'm gonna solve this mystery in a
I mean, the fact that we even have to refute this one and that it's not just shot down immediately is silly. Or at least that we can't say, like, dude, they created two perfectly identical scenes right down to how the pillar was laid out, you know? Hey, Sky. Alright, let me run through these again so I can get a feel for which ones I've got here.
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
Mechanical body and dummy.
No
are the
fair! You
two.
totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
I do wish I could look at the bullets I had available here.
I'm gonna solve this mystery.
Trying to figure out how it was lined up, you know. But anyway, yeah, I don't think it's the Monokuma file that really tells us that. The position of the entire other murder scene should really be the thing. Is it's like they perfectly recreated the whole scene. Alright, what other bullets do I have?
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my...
So it's dummy and mechanical body. I don't think the file actually disproves that. Yeah, this is where the fuzziness of it comes in, is it's not apparent exactly what I'm refuting with some of the statements. Like, it can't be mechanical body because he has a mechanical body. And how can I refute dummy? It's a blanket assumption here, you know? I'm sorry, it's a...
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Okay, we're gonna take mechanical body and we're gonna try to refute dummy with it.
I'm gonna solve this mystery!
Then hurry up!
One of the bodies
Since none
was
of the
actually a
things seem to
dummy!
be...
You mean a fake?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy.
You're magnificent!
No fair! You...
So which one?
Shut up!
I'm
Just
gonna
pick
slow
one
down
of
at
them!
that.
I'm gonna solve this.
Then hurry up!
One of the bodies was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to...
You're magnificent!
No fair! You...
So which one?
Shut up! Just pick one of them! I'm gonna solve this mystery.
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy! I'm gonna
Okay.
solve this mystery.
Then hurry up!
One of the bodies was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them! I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
It's the other way around.
Damn it! I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent!
No fair! You totally stole my...
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
This trial is a bit exasperating.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
Then hurry up, dumbass!
Like, the mystery is compelling.
One of the bodies in one of the
but-
towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body.
Nope.
Damn it! I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
No, that's wrong!
Okay.
Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy. That can be proven by Kazuichi's account.
Then why didn't we use Kazuichi's account as a truth bullet? Don't we have that? Wrong button. Right there. So we used the room is identical. And then after using that on specifically dummy, apparently, he calls out, oh, well, because of Kazuichi's account.
Me?
Remember? When we moved from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, we thought the body had moved. And that's when you said,
The parts that I carefully arranged when I disassembled the body all moved too.
Right up until that moment, you were disassembling Nekomaru's body at Grape Tower, right? The killer couldn't have known how you'd take apart his body, so they couldn't have built a dummy.
Like, the strange feeling makes sense, but for him to call out Kazuichi's account there... Let's look at that again. Maybe I'm... Yeah, he calls out, it's because of Kazuichi's account in, like, in colored text. Kazuichi's account doesn't cover that. They're spoiling what should be a good, a really good one. They really are.
Unless Kazuichi was the one who built the dummy, then it would be a different story.
Miss Sonia, that's a pretty harsh joke. You are joking, right?
It's alright. Kazuichi is not the killer. If he was, he wouldn't have fixed the elevator or the button in Strawberry Hall. It'd be much more convenient for the killer if it stayed broken.
I mean, simultaneously, it would cast a lot of doubt on the ultimate mechanic not being able to address it. Him saying, I don't have the parts, would be a problem.
I see. That is disappointing.
Like, nope, I can't fix it. There's no way to fix it.
I'm even more disappointed.
However, even if Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy, it's meaningless if we don't have the important answer.
The reason Nekomaru's body was in both towers, even though it was supposed to be on different floors.
Maybe it was simply moved?
The body moved to a different floor?
You can't think of a device like that? A device that moves things to different floors in the same building?
Device like that, a device that transports things to different floors on the same building. I feel like I've seen that before. Whoops. I needed that one. I'm insulted by this one.
You must be talking about an elevator.
Like, seriously?
What? Are you saying Nekomaru's body was transported using an elevator?
Where the hell is this elevator anyway?
It's the tower itself. The inside of the tower is one big elevator. Which means the tower was designed so that the whole room goes up and down like an elevator.
Like, not that this reveal isn't a substantial thing, but that Chiaki was being so vague about what she was saying. Why was she like, can you think of a device that does this? Is this like children's programming? That's right, an elevator. Can you say elevator? That is That is kind of insulting. I mean, it's better. It's nicer than when it is like a really obscure, like, you need to figure out exactly what they were talking about, based on like the count of letters and whatnot. But that's still, actually, I think that latter is better because it's at least a word puzzle at that point. But it felt like they just wanted to throw in another question.
So whether you enter from Strawberry Hall or Grape Hall, it all leads to the same room, right?
So that's why we could only enter it from one side or the other.
Now that you mention it, sometimes when I pressed the door button, it took a while for it to open.
I see. We were basically waiting for the room to arrive, just like an elevator.
Please hold on. If the inside of the whole tower ascends and descends like an elevator, then why is there a picture of a strawberry on the far back door when you enter from Grape Tower? And a picture of a grape on the far back door when you enter from Strawberry Tower.
If the room just moves up and down like an elevator, there's no reason for the doors to change.
Plus, after the incident, the far back door in Grape Tower had chains wrapped around it, right? But when we entered Strawberry Tower, those chains were gone.
Not just that, but if I remember correctly, even the doorknob was broken off.
There are too many strange things. Was that tower really an elevator?
Different doors. Freaking different doors.
When you see people and things, make sure you focus on the good parts instead of the bad.
What did you say?
So, let's put aside what's changed and focus our attention on what hasn't.
Why do we have to do that?
It's fine. Come on. What does everything that hasn't changed have in common?
They're on the floor.
I see!
Is it safe to say that all the items on the floor didn't change?
Like, I would consider this different, Envy. You said the hardest trial. I'm gonna say the most disappointing trial. Because this was a really cool build-up. Like, the mechanics of the building, the closed room nature of it, and then we have this really vague, like, fuzzy logic, Dora the Explorer bullshit. Like, I am actually very irritated with how this trial is playing out. Not in the mystery, not how the murder took place, but in how we are uncovering the points. It's irritating.
And?
Because we're getting stuff like this. We're getting characters that have been actively helpful before. Not Nagito. Nagito has a reason. We're getting characters like Chiaki pulling the, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to make you guess what it is, even though we'll die if you don't answer right.
And?
Why did the picture on the far back door change? If you can figure that out, you'll have the answer. The reason is because that elevator has something unique about it.
I see!
So that's it. The elevator was designed so only the floor moved.
Only the floor moved?
Which means the whole room wasn't an elevator, only the floor was. That's why we saw different doors in each tower. Which means on the first floor of Grape Tower, the door on the far back wall had a strawberry design. And on the fourth floor, which was Strawberry Tower, a different door on the far back wall had a grape design.
Then, where do the different floors lead?
I want to say they lead outside, but they're probably just for show.
Just for show? Why was something like that necessary?
For the illusion that we're describing right now.
So we'd falsely believe that the doors were connected to where their picture signified. It was actually very effective. Because of that, we totally misunderstood the building's structure.
That whole conceit, though, well, I need to make sure that they can come to the conclusion, it's, then explain it. Like, the mini game that we've got right here, where it is I don't believe you, and they get angry and kind of argue. The whole point of that mini game is essentially calmly explain. And yet we've still got that mechanic of, right here of, I'm not going to tell you. It would be different if this was actually a teaching or actual debate environment. This is, if you don't answer this question properly, you will die. And you have a person that's really capable, really intelligent. So they're willing to risk their lives to try to get people to follow along with their trickle-fed silliness. That is why Byakuya's and Kyoko's from the first game was so obnoxious. They were risking their lives to play the guessing game. What she is saying right now could be something that she just explains up front.
I don't get it. But I guess it means whoever designed this building had a totally twisted personality.
Did you hear that, mon ami?
Don't blame this on me. Take responsibility for yourself.
Then I'll take responsibility and gently caress you.
What now? Well, that's... We didn't need that.
There's no way that's gonna happen. Stop with the tasteless jokes.
By the way, what does the chain on the far back door in Grape Tower mean?
It was probably wrapped there by the killer to keep us as far from Strawberry Tower as possible.
Why?
Because of that chain. You guys thought you couldn't enter there, right?
Chain makes sense. It's especially if the killer didn't understand how you could traverse, how the flow of the rooms work. If they chain that door and break the button, then the thought is, okay, you wouldn't be able to cross through. Probably use these parts to repair the button. Even if you repair the button, what about the chains? Yep. Door was chained up, because that implies that you couldn't get into the room from Strawberry.
The killer destroyed the Strawberry Hall button, so we'd stay away from Strawberry Tower. Everything was done to tamper with the evidence, so we wouldn't find out about the secret of the funhouse. The appearance of a body in the tower would contradict what we thought we knew about the building. In that situation, if we'd gone to Strawberry Tower, we'd have seen that contradiction firsthand. And using that as a clue, we might have discovered the truth. The truth that the two houses and the two towers are actually one complete vertical building.
Yeah, the chains are part of the are part of the deception, not a
The
functional
killer
part
wanted
of
to
it.
keep us from learning that. That's why they made us stay away from Strawberry Tower.
They destroyed the button and wrapped a chain around the door just for that?
Would it really have inconvenienced the killer if we learned the true structure of the building?
It would have been a major inconvenience. After all, this funhouse is strongly connected to the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru.
Hold on. You're progressing much too quickly. There's still a contradiction concerning the building structure.
What a pain. It's fine already.
Gundam, please proceed.
I wonder what kind of payoff there's going to be on this. Because Kazuichi is really infatuated with Sonya. And it seemed she and Gundam are getting along very well. And usually the indications of them getting along are when Kazuichi is trying to impress her. Or to try to be with her. Is when, like, her association with Gundam jumps forward. And with this, he's really frustrated. Like, this one moment is the first time it's been... He's silent about it, not like, vocally disappointed.
You said earlier that Strawberry House and Grape House are connected vertically, right? If so, how does the contact elevator supposedly transport us from one house to the other?
So this is where Kazuichi's account should be relevant. Like, the truth bullet Kazuichi's account. Completely forgot about that.
If that elevator moves vertically, then when your back is facing the elevator, both towers should be on the same side. But does this reflect reality? Inside Grape House, Grape Hall is on your right when your back is to the elevator. And inside Strawberry House, Strawberry Hall is on your left when your back is to the elevator.
See, this is the kind of device I like. A character has directly given you the clue. So in some of them with Kyoko, she would actually go and say, during the investigation, she would say, look at this. Like, I need you to look at this. I need you to understand this, because then there is another person who has made the same leap during the investigation and will corroborate what she says. So, like, you should check the body, that kind of thing. You should do this. Nagito during the last murder saying, hey, you should watch this movie and keep that ticket. Those kind of things where they're going through and they're saying, hey, do this thing, look at this thing, understand this thing. Because then you can corroborate. As opposed to this, where they're kind of like trying to lead you through the reasoning when either during the investigation they could have shown it to other people, or during the trial they can just explain it, because the trickle feeding that they do is just them explaining it, but in the most cumbersome way possible. Like, they could just go through the steps of explaining it, not have to have somebody guess the answer. I think we could accomplish the same thing and still have the minigame element if it was a, and why do you think that is, as opposed to, what is the answer to this question? Like, what is the thing?
Which means the houses are on exact opposite sides of the tower.
We've already shown that's not possible.
Answer me, fiend! What does this mean?
What does this mean?
So this is repeating what Gundam just said. How can I break through this contradiction? So this should be Kazuichi's account. This is reasonable.
The two houses are connected vertically.
This should have been used
The
a lot
elevator should
earlier.
move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Which means your reasoning...
It's clearly contradictory.
What's with this iron curtain of teamwork?
I think it's Sonya's statement with it.
If the two houses are connected vertically...
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Which means your reasoning...
It's clearly contradictory.
Probably
What's
have to
with
slow
this
it down a
iron
little bit
curtain
for
of
that.
teamwork?
If the two houses are connected...
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
No?
Which means your reasoning...
No, it just
It's
bounced
clearly
weird.
contradictory.
What's with this iron curtain of teamwork?
Okay.
If the two houses are...
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
No. Alright, let's... Oh, no, it's... Wait, is it? Oh, that should still be accurate. Am I on the wrong one? Because it does move vertically. Like, it would have to slide around at a, effectively on a slope. While it switched sides. Alright, let's see how they phrase that. Do I...
Damn it!
If the two houses are connected vertically...
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Which means your reasoning...
It's clearly contradictory.
Like, this whole chain should have happened with them arguing with the validity of the picture that Nagito presented. Like, if we're going to keep going with the idea that they always doubt him, saying that the picture is definitely a fake, and that because of this. Not Akane's, and it's not Fuyuhiko. So it's either that we use the phrases against each other, but I don't see how that'll work. So I'll try it on the vertically,
What's
not
with this
horizontally
iron curtain
part.
of teamwork?
If the two houses are connected vertically,
The elevator should move.
vertically, not horizontally.
No, that's wrong!
So maybe he's calling out that it's the
The elevator
not
wasn't just moving
horizontally.
vertically.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Isn't that right, Kazuichi?
And that's the feeling you should have if you don't quite get it. Is after you get it, it should be, oh, not, that's stupid.
Huh? Me?
Come on. You used the elevator while you were holding that compass Nagito gave you, right?
Okay, camera one is still jammed. So.
Ah, that. Yeah, it was pretty strange. From start to finish, somehow the compass needle rotated 180 degrees.
Rotated 180 degrees?
Meaning, as the elevator moved between the two houses, it also rotated 180 degrees. It was probably following the building's perimeter as it rotated to the other side. Which means the exit would be on the opposite side once you arrived at the other house, right?
And thanks to that, the tower we saw on our right side when we arrived at Grape House appeared on our left side when we were at Strawberry House.
Yeah.
An elevator that rotates while it moves. Is that even possible? It's like something from an amusement park.
Akane should... Well, if it weren't Akane next to him, somebody should have been able to reach over and slap him. We're in a building called the Funhouse. We got here from an amusement park.
Well, a funhouse is an amusement park attraction, you know.
Thank you, Monokuma.
And since the building doesn't really need to be structurally practical, it makes for some splendid fun.
That's not splendid at all. You're inhuman.
You
That
say
is
I'm
correct.
inhuman, but I'm just a bear. So I was never human to begin with. I'm different from these lowly humans. So we're done with the secret of the funhouse, right? Then let's start talking about the important stuff. What's the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru? And how'd they combine it with the pillar?
Huh? You still don't know what the ultimate weapon is yet? It's what I found at the Octagon, you know.
What is the Octagon? I haven't heard about that yet.
Oh my... I can't believe I have to explain that now. As long as you know what an Octagon means, you can solve this simple mystery easily. I see!
If I recall, an octagon is a shape with 8 sides, right?
I didn't expect you to know that. For a substitute reserve course student, you're quite knowledgeable.
We'll allow it. Because, again, this is Nagito seemingly disgusted with everybody. So, this has the feel of him being like, oh, you can add. That's good. Very good. the way that Hajime said, oh, it's an 8-sided shape, makes me worry about the pre-high school educational system in this this particular setting. You know, if I recall,
I guess I should continue listening. Where is the place befitting of the name Octagon?
have to wrap all the way around it, wouldn't it?
Here!
It's behind it. Like, that's
You're
how you get
talking
in.
about the secret room surrounded by concrete in the depths of the final dead room.
Okay. So yeah, it's when you enter the final dead room, when you exit the final dead room into the octagon, the hallway goes left and right and then curves in, like, towards your back, or the bends towards your back. So the octagon either has to circle around the entire structure, or at least around the, like, around Strawberry Hall.
Why is that place the octagon?
You know how the 4-sided strawberry house is on top of the 6-sided grape house? If you cut a 4-sided shape out of a 6-sided one, you get 8 edges. It becomes an 8-sided shape.
Okay.
That's basically the gist of it. The true identity of the octagon is that secret room in the depths of the final dead room. In actuality, that place contained various weapons.
Then the ultimate weapon was there too?
That's a little different. I learned the true identity of the ultimate weapon at the octagon.
Learned?
The true identity of the ultimate weapon is the funhouse, which means the killer used the building structure as their weapon and killed Nekomaru.
Okay, we're still in line with what I think happened
Like
here.
me, the killer probably realized the secret of the funhouse from the scenery.
I mean, it's not the same, but it's... The thought would then be... You'd have to knock over the pillar first, and it would have to fall down. Not quite sure on the exact mechanics of it, but the thought would be that as it lowered, yeah, casemate, yeah. Said, I really feel like this trial is kind of spoiling this really good murder setup. There are moments of it that are. See, I think the wire wrapped around him was used to suspend him, essentially. Tied from his leg, because the murder file says the limbs popped off. They're meant to be detachable. Due to a sudden impact, the body fell. Is it possible the idea is that in, like, swinging around, the Nekomaru's head bashed into the pillar, resulting in the splotch on the top of the pillar and causing it to tip over and fall down, and then Nekomaru falls down and lands on the rubble, potentially smashing a knob off of one of the lower door.
And then thought of a way to kill making use of the building structure.
The funhouse itself is the weapon, so they killed using the building structure?
That's why the killer tried to keep us from learning the mystery of the building. But more importantly, using the building itself as a weapon? Such a spectacular crime. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate weapon.
Funhouse is the true identity of the ultimate weapon? What does this mean? How does the killer use that to murder Nekomaru? And who is the killer?
Hiya!
Hello there, I thought of a new bad word to call Monomi. I can already tell I won't be pleased by this. Then let me say it right away. I'm already used to insults and slander. There's no way I'll get hurt by a mere word. Monomi is a serious Stu-Fatly. It's much more straightforward than I expected. Stu-Fatly, huh? That's not it. That's not it at all. Stupid, fat, and ugly. The perfect jet stream attack incorporating all three of these would be Stu-Fatly. There's a fat hidden in there?
Okay, everyone, all together now! Monomi is a serious Stu-Fatly.
I mean, we don't expect, we don't expect better of Monokuma. A save. Take a quick break.
Hello. I hope your day is well.
Right here. Be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. I'll generally try to limit it, but this has been the most frustrating one of this. It's largely because I love what they've set up with this one. This whole concept, like how it actually unfolded, the killing, is neat. How we're getting through the trial is approaching infuriating at times. Like, we have some of the worst aspects that we encountered in the first game cropping up. And we have very fuzzy moments being brought forward. Let's check where the kitties are here. Is this... I mean, frankly, this is very much a don't you spoil this for me game moment. Alright, let's get back into it, though. Sammy is demanding scratches. Hope your day
I'm
is...
trying to force myself to be more energetic, or else my mental state won't be able to keep up.
Outside of the game, I feel like that's something that I've been actively trying to do, is get some more, just a little bit more exercise in on a regular basis. Not even just like active exercise sessions, but do some very light exercise, some, you know, a little bit of aerobic movement between sitting at the desk. Keep the blood flowing, get a little bit of energy in there that isn't chemically induced.
My heart's thumping like crazy. I might as well have a laid-back, so what attitude and go ahead with high energy. Yeehaw! Ah, but be careful that your batteries don't run out for various reasons. And just like I say each time, don't forget to save frequently.
I never expected the funhouse itself to be the ultimate weapon. Oh well, let's just press on ahead.
I appreciate that attitude.
Is it really alright to accept a situation so easily?
Like, yes, let's move on.
I mean, that's not what's important. The thing that's really important is the killer who used the building structure. Like, who's Mekumaru's murderer?
But is it really okay to believe the building is the weapon? Nagito said it, you know.
There's no way I'd lie at such an important moment. I don't want to die either.
All right, that's an important motivation to establish, for him to say, I don't want to die either. That is noteworthy because previously he's made a point of saying, I am willing to die. This is him now saying explicitly, I don't want to die. So there's definitely more that he learned from those files that has removed a lot of his reverence. But Chiaki's point in this is, okay, that's cool. So let's get on to how did it go down.
What happened to the bastard who kept saying how much they didn't mind dying?
Oh, hey, Fuyuhiko calling it out in-game.
He's right. There was a time when I thought I could become a stepping stone for your hopes, but I will sincerely retract that remark.
Plot and character development.
Retract?
I'm disappointed too, you know. If this was a murder for the sake of hope, I'd happily sacrifice myself.
You say such falsehoods, per usual. There is no such thing as murder for the sake of hope. Murder is simply murder. Forcibly sacrificing others for one's own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions.
I see.
It's fine. Let's just leave him alone and find out who killed Coach Nekomaru as fast as we can.
Akane also being practical.
Just so you know, it's not like I'm getting hungry or anything, you know.
And then Akane being Akane.
Akane! You were drooling waterfalls?
Her real ultimate ability is not dying of dehydration when she gets hungry. Nagito, as usual, I can't tell what he's thinking. I have no idea if he's serious or not.
Anyway, if the killer used the building's structure, why don't we think about how they used it?
How they killed Nekomaru.
It might be better if we clarify the cause of death first, don't you think?
His cause of death. Oh, he fell on his head, I think is what they're gonna go with. I think it's, yeah. He's horribly damaged, as if he had been beaten senseless with a blunt object. If he was beaten with a blunt object, it wouldn't be a kill that utilized the building's structure. Falling.
I see!
No?
That's it?
Yeah, he
I
was
think he might have
suspended
died
with
from
the
falling.
wire.
Died from falling?
If the funhouse's secret is that it's a structure where both towers and houses are vertically connected.
Though I still think also very cool would be if the wire could fit at, like, the seam of the building, and that it was instead, like, it'd have to be structured completely differently. That instead he was dragged towards the wall, knocked over the pillar, and then, like, you know, piano wired into pieces.
Then the killer made use of its height and caused Nekomaru to die from falling.
Are you saying they pushed him off? Where'd they push him off from?
That, I don't know yet.
Don't just make things up when you don't know the method. Where in that building would you even be able to push someone off in the first place?
It might be possible in the tower. You could push him off the 4th floor when the elevator is on the 1st floor.
Did you forget how the elevator functions? When it's on the 1st floor, the door on the 4th floor won't open.
Saying he died from falling is truly incorrect. You should burn in the flames of hell.
But my gut is going crazy right now.
Nekomaru died from falling. Where did the killer shove Nekomaru from? I'm gonna reach the truth behind this incident. I need to solve that mystery next. Ane Fuyuhiko, broken door.
When the elevator is on the 1st floor, you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Mekamaru inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on, did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside, the other door won't open. Which means the elevator
Good night
wouldn't have
button.
moved either.
Moving object and good night button. Okay.
That must be the threshold of that elevator.
Sammy doing those sweet little, you know, curl her paw against me, but she still has some death razors on these mitts, so it's sweet, but it hurts.
When the elevator is on the 1st floor, you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Mekamaru inside the elevator, They moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on, did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside.
No, that's wrong! That sensor should only work if something is moving. If Nekomaru wasn't moving inside, the elevator sensor wouldn't have detected anything.
Could it be his sleep mode?
When Nekomaru's goodnight button is pressed, all of his functions shut down, and he enters sleep mode. If he's in sleep mode, the elevator sensor wouldn't have noticed him, right?
I see. So that's how...
However, even if they moved the elevator in that manner, Nekomaru would have just moved along with it. There would have been no drop for him to fall and die from, yes?
That's what I was about to explain, before Kazuichi interrupted me.
Silence, pest!
Now you're calling me a pest?
Way to create the drop inside the elevator while Nekomaru was still in it. Chiaki seems to have an idea, but what way could that be? I think it's the wire, but let's see.
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it
Not the
about
hammer.
time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
How about we all shut up and listen to what Chiaki has to say?
Silence, pest!
Don't be so cold. What if I start to enjoy it?
Oh dear. And just like that, we are developing a second Hifumi. Okay, so I think we can concur with the doorknob with the wire, right?
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it
You
about
can't
time we went over
concur.
the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
How about we all shut up and listen to what Chiaki has to say?
Silence!
Don't. What if I start to enjoy it?
Missed all of them.
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
Don't think it's actually the doorknob.
How about we all shut up and listen to what Chiaki has to say?
Silence, pest!
Don't be so cold. What if I start to enjoy it?
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
Oh, her doing things like telling him to shut up. Okay, no, it is the... okay, so it... Sorry, no. Yes. Agree with you two. It should be the wire with the broken knob. Yeah.
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
I agree with that. Didn't the doorknob have scrape marks on it?
So I had this backwards. I was thinking of the wrong door, but it's the grape door, the door with grapes on it, that has this broken knob, the knob with the handle with scratches, and that is at the strawberry layer that is up above. So the wire was attached to that door handle. The elevator was lowered, and that caused Nekomaru to eventually snapped the knob and dropped him, which is when he hits the pillar, tips it over, and he lands as the pillar is.
That might have been where it got scraped by the wire.
Is that the same wire that was tied around Nekomaru?
And it tailed off of his leg, so it would have held him upside down. That's where his head could have gotten knocked.
The tip of that wire was tied into a loop. If the elevator moved while that loop part hung from the doorknob...
If they did something like that, he would have been suspended in midair!
That's right. He was suspended in midair.
Huh?
The killer tied up Nekomaru with the wire while he was in sleep mode. Tied the tip of the wire into a knot and hung it on the doorknob to the 4th floor. With that, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor of Grape Tower and suspended Nekomaru in midair.
The little snot bubble while he's asleep.
That's right! He was so well hung! Kinda like...
Yeah.
You better not finish that sentence.
The killer took advantage of the elevator's unique feature. Only the floor moves. By doing that, they created a drop so Nekomaru could fall to his death.
Too easy. So what if they created a drop? There's no way you can make him fall and die with just that.
Why?
I mean, it's a cute joke.
If Nekomaru is suspended in midair like that, then how do you get him to fall? Because if he's suspended in midair, he won't die if he doesn't actually fall.
What do we got? What do we got? Wait.
Even if they suspended Nekomaru from a wire, how would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
It doesn't mean someone had to push him off. It's possible that he fell on his own.
What? Nekomaru fell on... Nekomaru should have still been in... If he was sleeping, there's no way he could do that to himself. Now's the time. But in that case, you still won't be able to... Moving the elevator with Nekomaru inside is just impossible. End of story. What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right? If he was sleeping, there's no way he could do that to himself. Now's the time if you want to take back that... But in that case, you still won't be able to explain the drop. Moving the elevator with Nekomaru is just impossible. End of story.
I think it's the...
What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right?
Allow me to cut through those words.
Yeah.
What do you think would happen if Nekomaru woke up while he was suspended upside down in midair?
What are you saying? Like, how would he even wake up?
He has an alarm inside his body. As long as it was armed, it would have deactivated his sleep mode. Which means the killer set the alarm before they suspended Nekomaru.
Okay, and that... So Nekomaru was set to, had set himself to wake up probably in time. He would have been set to wake up, and that would explain why they messed with the clocks to get everybody to come late. They would have pushed the clocks forward. So Nekomaru is set to get up in time to get to the exercise session. So they move the clock, all the other clocks forward. Consistently move them forward. They set the alarm in Strawberry House. I don't know why they set the alarm in Strawberry House. Because wouldn't it have been... Oh, no, okay. They set the alarm in Strawberry House because Nekomaru, who is suspended, is closest to Strawberry House. And they were worried they could hear it from there. I don't feel like I have the pieces for that, but...
If you woke up from an alarm and realized you were hanging upside down and had no clue why... If something like that happened to you, you would start panicking a lot, right?
Trying to figure out how they got him asleep, because they would have had to get him asleep in this room.
Instinctively, your body would start moving. Nekomaru probably did exactly that.
And then, in order to make him fall from the force he was generating, the wire was hung on the tip of the doorknob so it would easily slip off. In actuality, the scrape marks caused by the wire were near the tip of the doorknob, right?
But Nekomaru didn't fall because the wire came off, right?
He fell because the entire doorknob came off.
When Nekomaru awoke, he must have struggled much more than expected, which caused the doorknob to break off.
Was that unexpected for the killer too?
Well, that's probably it. If they knew it'd leave behind evidence like that, they would have at least tried to do something to cover it up.
Killer didn't expect the doorknob to come off. The reason that that even happened was... Nekomaru put all his power into grabbing the doorknob with... Oh, he damaged the doorknob. When Nekomaru tried to force it open, he damaged it. If you break off the doorknob, we'll be stuck here. Yep. That's really what it was. And that's the clue Nekomaru left for us to find.
So that's how Nekomaru fell to his death.
Do you finally understand now?
Yeah. It appears it's just as Miss Sonia said. I'm just a pest. No, I'm not just a pest. I'm a total fucking pig. Isn't that right, Miss Sonia? If I'm a fucking pig, you can say so!
Wow, he went from maybe I'll start to like it to, yep, he's into it pretty quickly, didn't he?
No, I believe you gave your all.
Oh, poor Kazuichi. Even when he tries to go this route, she shuts him down.
Hey! Why aren't you teasing me anymore?
This guy. He gets off on this!
So thanks to that alarm, Nekomaru ended up falling while he was still hanging upside down. That doesn't mean he just crashed straight into the floor. Of course, you know that too, right?
Crash straight into the floor. He hit the pillar.
I see!
When Nekomaru fell to the floor, he ended up colliding with the pillar. Isn't that it?
Finally, the pillar!
So that's how the pillar shattered, and why oil was spilled all over the place.
See, I told you the pillar was the weapon. My gut was totally right.
Well, the pillar was a bonus. It's not even clear if the killer intended that, or if it was just a coincidence.
At this point, it is quite difficult to find a clue that will lead to the killer.
It's got that vibe that she is completely oblivious towards what he's trying to accomplish. So he's trying to impress her, and she doesn't get that. So then, while she's shutting him down, whether it's by not acknowledging him or acknowledging somebody else, again, not really getting that she is shutting him down. When he starts to say, like, oh, I will like it if you do that, she then says, no, you were trying. It's not that, you screwed up. It's, what you were doing was reasonable. She's not playing along with him. She's not feeding into it. Ever.
Then what about the alarm?
It doesn't help that he tries after she has entered suggestible mode. So somebody has already kind of pushed her in a direction a little bit, and then he tries to jump in too, but she's already going down a path opposite of where he's suggesting. Or hasn't triggered at the right time,
I'm positive the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m., and if we map it out from there...
Hold on, baby gangsta.
Stop calling me baby gangsta!
What'd you just say? Did you say the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.?
You didn't check it yourself? Nekomaru's alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nah, that's impossible. 'Cause even though I slept in a little, I still got to the tower at 7 in the morning.
Now that you mention it, so did I. There was no way I could be late for Monokuma Taichi, so I left for Grape Tower before 7 a.m.
And if we found Nekomaru's body there, it would have been before the 7:30 a.m. alarm went off.
Yeah, the clocks would have been set forward quite a bit. Set back quite a bit. Because they had the alarm go off and everybody said it was like 5:30. Like 5:30 when they were awoken by the commotion. Trying to think how the timeline exactly lines up as far as how they were messing with it. Because they heard the rumbling at like 5:30 or so. Nekomaru's alarm is set at 7:30, and Monokuma says nobody showed up. So I think the clocks were all set back. Now, Nekomaru's clock is not set back, because you can't change the time on his clock.
It appears yet another contradiction has been birthed.
All the other clocks can be messed with. So it seems like all of the clocks were set back about 2 hours, because Akane mentions at about 5, it's around 5 to 5:30, that the alarm in Strawberry Hall went off, and they heard the rumble.
How were you able to discover Nekomaru died at 7:30 a.m. when you went to the tower at 7?
That's what I want to know!
It's just another mystery. It's just one after another. But I can't choke up at a time like this. I just need a little more, and I'll be able to reach the truth. Should definitely be a clue to breaking through this contradiction. We got the wall clock is going to be the thing, and then we've also got Fuyuhiko's account.
We headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
Okay,
That's
you
gotta
can't
be
mess
it.
with the clock. That's the one that we want to call out as a contradiction.
We headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru.
No, that's wrong!
That would sound funny when you're
No,
in
the
speed
clock
up or
inside
slow
his
down
chest
mode.
was a radio clock, so it would have been impossible to mess with.
So you're saying there's no way the killer could have tampered with the clock?
Maybe the clock Miss Sonia saw was the one that got tampered with.
The clock inside Grape House?
No, I checked all the clocks inside the funhouse.
Oh, that's what I asked you to do. So you really listened to me and checked all the clocks.
Like, he is dismissive of everybody now.
And because of that, I can confidently declare that all the clocks had the same time displayed.
If there's no possibility that the time was tampered with, then we must doubt that human's testimony.
Please believe me, we are not lying.
Then maybe it's a misunderstanding?
I never misunderstand. I'll crush you into dog food.
Time-related contradiction. I don't think we should doubt the testimonies. We should doubt the clock. It's no mistake that something was done, but what was it? Which one mentions the, those... Akane's account is the one that we should be able to use to say when the event actually occurred as far as the wall clocks are concerned. Perhaps we overlooked something. Maybe we're misunderstanding something. I focus and think we should be able to find the answer. Dive, then. Oh. Okay, almost screwed that up. Should be red, the time in the building. I mean, the music in these sequences is good. Okay, enough of that. I don't like platforming. Thank you very much. I used up all my tolerance for that kind of game when I was younger. Should be yellow. Building clocks. Just can't tamper with Nekomaru's. Both houses had the wrong time? Otherwise, it's Strawberry House. Okay, no, it's both. It's both. Okay. Oh.
It's all coming together! You said you checked all the clocks inside the building. Isn't that right, Fuyuhiko?
Yeah, none of the clocks had the wrong time.
But what if all those clocks have been messed with?
What?
By all, it's
clocks?
just 2.
So even if you checked all the clocks inside the building, there's no way you'd have noticed it.
I see. So the killer messed with the time inside the whole building by changing all the clocks.
So that's what it was. There's no way I would have noticed that.
This is truly fantastic!
Now's not the time to be pleased. More importantly, how much was the time off?
Okay, this is Akane's account.
If the time in the building was all messed up, then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death was clearly 7:30 a.m.
The problem is, what time would 7:30 be? In our time.
Are there any clues that can be used to narrow that down?
If only I heard the sound when he fell.
I agree with that! That's right. We should have heard the sound he made when he fell. Wasn't it that rumbling noise?
Okay, so the second half of this trial is more redeeming. There's still some bumps in here, but it's going. The second half so far hasn't had as much in the way of this is silly.
Rumbling?
Still some, but we're getting there.
I thought it was just an earthquake, so I went back to sleep. Was that the sound from when Nekomaru fell?
Well, a huge body fell from the 4th floor to the 1st, and the pillar fell with it. It's obvious we'd hear the impact sound.
We heard that noise too.
It was when we were gathered at the Strawberry House Lounge. What is it, Sonia?
Oh, well. That sound everyone heard? I did not hear it at all.
Huh?
You probably didn't hear it because you were sleeping.
I could not sleep at all. I was awake the whole night with hunger pangs.
There's nothing to worry about. What's important is that rumbling noise anyway.
So, the gimmick with this is that it's increasingly likely that it is somebody that was in a cheap room, if maybe the standard room, that is the perpetrator here. Especially, they definitely weren't in one of the good rooms. Because that is the order of sound suppression, is you can definitely hear it if you're in a cheap room. they might be able to. I think they can hear it in the standard rooms too. But they can't hear it if they're in the good rooms. Is that really the right line of thinking? Because the ones that have like, I was in the room, like other people saw me, are the ones that are going to come out during the noise. Everybody else wasn't around during that time period. The cause of death was at 7. It doesn't help them.
If we use that rumbling sound as a reference, we might be able to figure out how much our time was
not
off.
sure.
I heard that sound probably around 5:30 in the morning.
Huh? You can tell?
I instantly woke up and left my room. And that's when I saw the clock in the lounge.
Excellent work, Akane!
I see!
Nekomaru's alarm went off at 7:30, and if we heard the sound of his impact at 5:30, that means our time was off by 2 hours.
2 hours? That much?
We were starving pretty badly. There's no way we would have noticed.
Plus, the funhouse has no windows. And there weren't any Monokuma announcements either.
Which was a change that sets up the possibility of all of this because they don't have anchor times.
However, for what reason did the killer alter our perception of time?
The reason is obvious. So they can lure out just Nekomaru. If you messed with the clocks and used a specific thing, you definitely get Nekomaru to the tower alone, right? From there, the killer's plan was a splendid success. That's all it means. I see!
Yeah, the time
That's
that he
it.
needed to get
The
out
killer
there.
made use of the Monokuma Tai Chi activity in the morning.
How did they use it?
We were required to go to Grape Tower every morning at 7 a.m. for that activity, right? But if they mess with all the clocks inside the building, what would that do to us?
Okay, this was something that I didn't quite understand. So Fuyuhiko said he was in the lobby before the alarm went off, so at like before 5 as far as the clocks were concerned, so before 7 o'clock. And he saw Nekomaru heading downstairs, heading towards heading towards where Tai Chi would take place. So he was heading towards Grape Tower. If he goes into Grape Tower, he's going to be early and alone. So the killer would have access to him at that time. Ties him up, goes through, like, could lower the building, could then raise the building back up. On and on. He has time. He rigs that up and then lowers it. Like, he puts Nekomaru to sleep. Maybe that's what the hammer is for, is to wait for Nekomaru to drop his guard, then smack him in the back of the head to hit the panel, and then to press the button. Maybe he jumped out from behind him when he went into the tower. I mean, it's a gigantic hammer.
We wouldn't be able
If
to
the
attend
hammer
on
was
time,
used,
but
then...
that wouldn't affect Nekomaru.
Like, if that hammer was used, it must have been a con. Which is weird, but, you know. Let's see.
His radio clock had the exact time.
That's right. In doing so, the killer was able to lure him to the tower by himself at the precise time.
Then, when I witnessed Nekomaru early in the morning,
If I recall, you witnessed Nekomaru around 5 a.m. And if that time was also 2 hours off, it should have been 7 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it. At that time, he was heading over to Monokuma Taichi, right on schedule.
I see. Now that I think about it, I realize what Monokuma meant when he said those words.
Too early. He didn't even ask you yet.
How outrageous. I didn't expect everyone to ditch. So, Nekomaru arrived early.
When you said everyone, you were including us, right? We thought we came to the tower on time, but in truth, it was way past the meeting time.
Ah, jeez! That's... well, how should I put it? What was it? You know, tripping over a foot, or something like that.
Are you talking about tripping over someone else's fault?
Wrong! Too bad!
Liar! I'm right!
That's not it! It's incorrect!
That's definitely the correct answer. You always get so stubborn like this.
Let's just ignore the peanut gallery. Now that we've found out how the killer lured Nekomaru, the number of suspects has drastically decreased.
Huh?
Hey, why would that decrease the number of suspects? Don't be a friggin' liar!
You'll know I'm not lying when you listen to what Fuyuhiko's going to say next.
Huh? What the hell do you mean?
You witnessed Nekomaru going toward the tower. Did something else happen after that?
Are you talking about that alarm?
Alarm?
A little while after I witnessed Nekomaru, the clock in the Strawberry House lounge started going off. Plus, it was just before that rumbling sound occurred. That's it. So that's what it is. If Nekomaru died when the rumble happened, then whoever doesn't have an alibi at the time is the prime suspect.
Really? Was there anyone who didn't have an alibi at that time?
I remember now. The sound was so loud I couldn't help bolting from my room. But there was one guy who never left the lounge. We were both on the same floor. It's pretty weird that bastard never came out of his guest room.
Which means that person does not have an alibi for when Nekomaru fell?
Who is it? Who's the bastard?
I mean, he didn't come out of his room.
You're the only one! The one who wasn't there. It's you, right, Nagito?
That's right. Nagito wasn't there.
But that's part of the misdirect, is that nobody in the good rooms would have heard a noise and would have come out. So they wouldn't be seen by anybody to give them an alibi.
It was just me, Gundam, and Fuyuhiko.
It's... if Kazuichi didn't do it, then it casts a lot of doubt on Gundam and Fuyuhiko, because both of them are present.
You didn't come out, even though the alarm was going off like crazy. You weren't in your room, were you?
If that's the case, where were you?
Please, say something!
If you don't hurry up and answer, I'm gonna suicide dive you!
It's gotta be a reference or a name for something I don't recognize.
If I may be frank,
Like, maybe like a wrestling move? Like pro wrestling style move?
even if I wanted to go to the lounge, I couldn't.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
It's merely the foolish talk of the weak.
Not only did I not hear the alarm, I never even heard that rumbling sound.
Couldn't.
You're definitely fucking lying.
However, that is also true for me. It is obvious that I did not hear the alarm in Strawberry House. But I did not hear the rumbling sound either. Is that not strange? I mean, everyone else heard it.
To be honest, it's not just them. The same goes for me too. I was in a pretty deep sleep, so I thought that's why I couldn't hear it, but it wasn't that. I probably couldn't hear it at all.
Because they were all in the
Couldn't
good
hear it?
rooms.
What does that mean?
You still don't know. Think about what the three of us who didn't hear a sound have in common, and I'm sure you'll figure it out.
This will also be the secret that points to the killer. Hmm. Six and 5. What is it? I think it's rooms. But what's the 6-letter word? Special, it's not. Elite, it's not. Anybody recall what the good rooms were called? All right, let's look at the letters. Maybe that'll help. Something with an X. Six-letter word with X. Deluxe. Deluxe. Isn't it? Spelled deluxe. Okay, yeah, it's deluxe. Right? Checking. No? No, deluxe is only 5 letters. Is it deluxe with an E? I thought it was... That seems right, but... Yeah, okay, let's try that. And it's got to be rooms. Okay. It gets kind of frantic towards the end.
Nagito, Sonia, and Chiaki, the three of you were staying in deluxe rooms, right? If I recall, the deluxe rooms are...
Guest rooms are divided up by qualities. Deluxe rooms are soundproof and with excellent hair insulation. Standard rooms are so-so, but it's still decent. And crummy rooms have severe airflow and draft problems.
The reason we could not hear the rumbling noise...
That's right. It was because the deluxe rooms have superior sound insulation. You actually noticed that. Nice catch, Hajime. Are you using your ultimate reserve corps student talent?
And he became vicious. Like, what is in those?
Now then, you guys must understand by now, right? The true identity of Nekomaru's killer.
Oh, hold on a sec. Why does that lead to who the killer is?
Why? Well, that fact just now is a very important clue, and a decisive factor in identifying the killer.
Decisive factor?
It's the timing and the fact that it was the noise. The alarm clock set in the lounge implies that it's somebody in Strawberry Hall. Somebody in the deluxe rooms shouldn't be the target, the actual killer, because they're the ones the alarm would cast doubt on. It would imply that it's somebody. If somebody in a deluxe room came out, then that would be a problem. Is it Gundam?
You're the only one! Gundam, there's something I want to ask you. When the alarm rang at the Strawberry House Lounge, you rushed over there too, right?
Because I thought Kazuichi was upset because he got saddled with a cheap room. I can't remember if Fuyuhiko had a cheap one or a standard one.
What's wrong with that?
But didn't Gundam have a deluxe room?
If the bell of catastrophe rings throughout the night, it is the universe's providence to stop it.
Why were you able to hear it?
Hear what?
I mean, you were also staying in a deluxe room, right? Nagito was staying in a deluxe room in the same house on the same floor, and he couldn't even hear it. So why were you able to hear that alarm?
Huh? Now that you mention it...
Gundam?
There is only one possibility. You weren't in your room at the time. That's why, even though you were staying in a deluxe room, you still went to the lounge. Am I right?
Gundam, you have some sort of explanation, right?
Gundam probably couldn't return to his room because of Fuyuhiko.
Me?
Because Fuyuhiko was
After
out there,
you saw
out there in the
Nekomaru
morning.
heading to the tower, you stayed at the lounge for a while. Am I correct? Until the moment that alarm started ringing, right?
To some extent, it does cast suspicion on Fuyuhiko, but the fact that he called out that he saw Gundam, that he was in the lounge, and that like he was that he saw Gundam and that he was in the lounge, kind of, unless you're talking like it's a kind of a double bluff scenario, is saying that would out him as a potential suspect. Is that he was up around the time that Nekomaru went to his death. He was up and active around that time, makes him suspicious, whereas the only one who hasn't made it very clear of what was going on was Gundam.
If you were in the lounge for that long, the killer who had left earlier obviously wouldn't be able to go back.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out.
Even though Mekamaru's murder was a death trap that utilized the alarm in his chest, the killer still needed to prepare the murder in advance.
Like putting Nekomaru in sleep mode and tying him up with the wire.
The how he got in sleep mode still isn't explained.
In order to do that, the killer needed to be waiting for Nekomaru at the tower. Which means when Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru, the killer was already at the tower.
And once they tried to go back, they couldn't because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
So, Gundam needs a alibi, but it also calls out this could also be a fake out, because by putting the alarm in Strawberry House, it's making everybody look at Strawberry House. And saying like, oh, it must be over there, because that's where that alarm went off that would have shown, you know, hey, look, I have an alibi because I see the alarm went off. But what about everybody over in Grape?
In their original plan, the killer should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off.
Yeah. Just like it's Fuyuhiko saying that he was there to see Nekomaru is both a possibility that he didn't do it, because he outed himself by saying that, is he was up at a time to be the one to, like, he could have gone with Nekomaru during that time. But additionally, it could be that he is saying it because he didn't think anything was wrong with it. The killers should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off.
And they were supposed to stay in their room. They weren't planning to come out and go to the lounge.
Which means they wouldn't have heard the alarm or the rumbling sound, thus proving they were in the room.
Just like us.
The best case scenario would have been if those two in the lounge had gone to check the deluxe rooms. After all, if they personally saw the killer sleeping in their room, it gives the killer a stronger alibi. Unfortunately, they failed to secure that alibi.
Because I was in the lounge.
So the killer couldn't go back to their room, and ended up hearing the lounge's alarm.
Yeah, it's the difficulty with this line of reasoning is that all Gundam has to do is give a reason that he was out and about, and it puts him in the same position as Fuyuhiko. Because he has somebody confirming that he's there in the lounge, like at that time. So both of them are equally suspicious.
But why'd you come out? You should have hid till the excitement died down.
If Gundam tried to hide, and if those two went to his room to check on him, he would have been found out. That would have been the worst possible outcome. That's why he couldn't just stay hidden.
If those two had just checked the deluxe rooms as planned, that would have been ideal, but...
If I had to guess, if they're going with Gundam, the starvation motivation is why I think Gundam would have taken action. if Gundam is guilty, and I said it's not like a certainty the route that they're going down. Gundam is concerned for what would happen if the others went after his hamsters. Because he called out the hamsters had some food as far as the plants. Like, they would be able to survive. But if he dies, what about the hamsters? And what happens if everybody decides, hey, hamsters will sustain us a little longer? Wild guess, but...
How ironic. The moment Fuyuhiko set foot in the lounge, your plan was doomed.
But yeah, this is not airtight, what they're going down.
Gundam?
It'd be really useful if he would say something.
Can you at least say something?
Thank you, Sonia.
Answer me this. Including myself in my 4 dark devas of destruction, how many ears do we possess?
Huh?
The answer is 10. That's right, I possess 10 ears. That means I have 5 times the hearing of a normal human. The soundproof system here may as well not exist.
Is that your argument?
You bastard! Do you understand the situation you're in right now?
Do not panic. The truth shall now commence.
Okay, I feel like they're definitely implicating Gundam here, but let's see how this goes down.
At the time, I left my room to go to the bathroom. By coincidence, I heard the alarm. That's right. That's all it was. The world is always so simple.
Are you saying it was just a coincidence? Isn't that timing a little too perfect?
And yet, I'm being suspected by all of you. It seems it was actually horrible timing on my part.
I see. You're still holding out. Well, you don't have to admit it. We're going to decide who the killer is with the majority vote anyway. So, why don't we just go ahead and start voting? It's obvious that Gundam is the killer.
Yeah, that line implies that it's probably not. Remember, it's Nagito has been really awful to everybody as far as, like, how dismissive he is. For him to call out it's obvious, but that he also doesn't want to die implies that he's provoking them to try to get a different answer. But, yeah.
Hold on a sec.
That is additionally true, actually, is this is all based on the idea that, well, no, Fuyuhiko is still the oddity there. Is his statement is saying this is when Nekomaru went down. Like, this is when I saw him going down the stairs. That is the linchpin to the accusation here.
You know, Hajime, this class trial, this killing, it's merely the opening act, you know.
Hey! What do you mean the class trial is just the opening act?
Perhaps I should say, it's just a farce. Just a boring farce. So boring, so stressful. I'm so painfully bored that I might develop stomach ulcers. Seriously, let's just hurry up and finish this before I collapse from poor health.
Nagito, something definitely happened to you, didn't it?
Hmm?
At some point during the investigation, your behavior became even weirder. What actually happened? Did you discover something?
Yeah, he went from being like almost a worshipper of them, and the concept of them being able to elevate hope even in struggling to survive, to just being a jerk to him, like hardcore.
Well, Let's just leave that fun for later. And finish this opening act already.
Ah! You said opening act again!
Please hold on! We have yet to hear Gundam's rebuttal!
But he's completely shut up. Perhaps he can't argue anymore.
Gundam!
I was simply at a loss for words after being dumbfounded by your pathetic assumption.
I am kind of waiting for Gundam to buckle so hard under the accusation that he loses his persona.
In fact, I shall deny the very basis. Your assumption has been wrong since the beginning.
Since the beginning?
Based on your assumption, I hung Nekomaru from the 4th floor of the tower and made the floor descend to the 1st floor. From there, after returning to Strawberry House, I was present when the alarm at the lounge went off, correct? Although going to and fro is busy enough as it is, how would I be able to travel between both houses anyway?
I see. The contact elevator was broken.
As I recall, the killer tampered with the Grape House control panel, which shut down the elevator.
Okay.
Plus, the stopped elevator should have been facing the Grape House side. If so, the human who used the elevator would have left it at Grape House. For these reasons, it's an indisputable fact that the killer destroyed the elevator at Grape House.
And what's wrong with that?
If the elevator was broken at Grape House, you wouldn't be able to return to Strawberry House.
However, I was already at Strawberry House. I was present when the alarm in the lounge started ringing.
The ability to traverse the two houses, especially if he was down there, if he was coming up the stairs in Strawberry House, would line up. He would be able to ascend through the hatch.
Which means your assumption is clearly wrong.
Are you serious? And here I thought it's already been decided.
Have you learned your lesson, pitiful humans? You cannot overcome this contradiction.
It's wrong. Something is obviously wrong, that's when a contradiction is born. There's no such thing as a contradiction that can't be overcome. His persona, his whole shtick, as far as how he behaves, is that he's some sort of demon overlord of ice or something like that. I can't remember the whole, which titles he gives himself. But he very much asserts that he's not human. That's why I'm waiting for this persona to drop.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
The only means of travel is not
As long as that
correct.
elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House...
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture
Secret
me?
passageway.
Why don't we stop this already? That elevator, the only means of travel, as long as that your assumption
Plus, the elevator broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already? That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
Dang it. I missed.
Damn it!
That elevator, the only means of travel. As long as that your assumption
Plus, the elevator broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot
Since I was at Strawberry House, there's no question that the follow.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already? That elevator was the only means of travel between the two.
No, that's wrong! No, there should have been another way to move between the two houses without the elevator.
Such a method does not exist!
Then why don't we ask the person who actually used that method?
First time we've used this for not just the fatal accusation.
You're the only one! Nagito,
Normally we only
you should
deploy
know.
that once.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. You appeared so suddenly that one time because you used that method, right?
Yep, he appeared in Grape House
There's a
before
secret
the elevator
passage
was
connecting
fixed.
the first floor of Strawberry House to the third floor of Grape House. Isn't that right?
Jeez. Once again, I let the reserve course show off. But you're right. There's a door on the floor of the Octagon, which is on the first floor of Strawberry House. After I opened the door and went down, surprise, surprise! I ended up in the Monokuma Archive, which is on the third floor of Grape House.
Just notice a couple of the things in the Monokuma archive in the glass display in the far back. You have the button in the gavel that he uses to trigger the execution.
Meaning, the third floor and the fourth floor are actually connected.
Plus, once you've cleared the final dead room once, you can pass through it as many times as you want.
If they used that secret passage, they could have gone between the two houses as much as they wanted.
Infinity Unlimited Flame!
I think that's the name of his special
However,
skill,
what if the killer was unaware of the existence of the final dead room?
There's no way they didn't know.
That is merely an illusion you have fabricated from your own suspicion.
Like the skill you get from maxing friendship with an Infinity Unlimited Flame. I think that's right.
If you value your life, you should stop with your scrutiny.
There's no way I can stop.
What did you say? Don't make me angry! You wouldn't like me when I'm angry!
I turn all green. I don't know.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail, I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
That's the
I already
hardest one of
proved the
those so
secret
far.
passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the Octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
How do we know that the killer went to the octagon?
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
I think it's the wire.
Know the limits of your own reasoning! You say the killer went to the octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blood...
Allow me to cut through those words!
The killer had to go there to get the
The
wire,
wire used to string up Nekomaru's body.
let alone the hammer. We did see a hammer of the same type in the octagon.
The hammer that looked like the weapon, and the chain on the door in the tower. Those are all the items that weren't in Funhouse. Where did the killer obtain them?
The only place I can think of is the octagon. There were various weapons and tools there. I'm pretty sure I saw stuff like wires, hammers, and chains too.
So we can definitely see the hammer, like behind the spiked club in the back there. But I don't know that we saw wires or chains.
Since
We saw
those
some
items were
things with
used in the crime,
small chains.
there's no doubt that the killer went to the octagon.
If that's the case, they obviously know about the secret passage too, right?
It seems this is the end. Normally, we'd end up listening to Hajime lecture us with a very long summary of the case. But there's no reason to waste any more time on this opening act, so I'm going to end this right now.
Hey, what are you...
First of all, by messing with all the clocks in the building, Gundam tried to lure only Nekomaru. The elevator
Wow.
was probably broken by that point. Thanks to that, Nekomaru wasn't able to go to Grape Tower, which was supposed to be the meetup point. So he tried going over to Strawberry Tower, just like we did when we found out the elevator was broken. Well, it's obvious he'd attempt that. At that time, we didn't know the two towers were the exact same place. Also, the button in Strawberry Hall wasn't broken, so he was easily able to enter Strawberry Tower. But surprise! Gundam was waiting for Nekomaru's arrival.
Hold on. If Nekomaru didn't go to Strawberry Tower, what would the killer have done then?
Their plan was a balancing act of uncertainties, but even if they failed, they probably wouldn't have minded. They can just greet everyone the next morning as if nothing happened, and come up with a different plan.
And, without such a risky plan, they wouldn't have been able to lure him at all.
I'm going to continue summarizing the case, okay? Through this, Gundam successfully lured Nekomaru to Strawberry Tower. There's no way he could fight head-on with the robotic Nekomaru, so by pressing the goodnight button, he rendered Nekomaru powerless without fighting him.
Hold on! You... What did you just say? That I didn't battle?
What's wrong with that?
Don't mess with me! Don't mess with me! I cannot ignore those words!
They did not seem to have very good internal clocks, casemate. The closest I can think is, Akane, since she popped out and then just went back to bed. But they made a big deal about how everybody was losing track of time. At about day 3 of no clocks and no food, you know?
Why are you angry all of a sudden?
You fools do not understand! You don't understand at all! Ha! You make me laugh! After all this time, you still don't understand anything at all!
I don't understand anything. What does that mean?
It appears I cannot finish just yet. Maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. However, I cannot finish just yet.
So, the button was not exposed on the back of his neck, as far as, like, how to access it. The hatch is damaged.
I cannot finish!
What do you intend to do?
It's obvious! I'm going to destroy your illusory assumptions!
Are you saying you still have more? You still have room to argue?
Your words. You said I pressed Nekomaru's goodnight button. However, that button was on the back of Nekomaru's neck. To press it, I'd have to get behind him.
It's not easy to get the drop on Coach Nekomaru.
Yeah, Gundam is scrambling hard here.
It's even more difficult if it's a one-on-one situation.
Just as I thought, truly frail. Succumbing so
Oh,
easily
I like
to
Gundam
this
too.
simple argument. It was just a mere illusion. If you want to set me up as the killer, at least surpass your own human limitations.
That's wrong, Gundam. You're the one who's wrong.
Such a wonderful line. However, I cannot say that I'm satisfied. Listen well. I shall teach you 2 tips for making someone admit their defeat. First, you must crush them with your own overwhelming power. And as for the other, you must provide a reason that will persuade that human. You have not fulfilled either of those yet.
There's that possibility. I know Gundam is also, you know, anime mecha reference. I don't know about Tanaka. I don't know where that falls in. But yeah, the HAM part could still be hamster, since like ham tends to be the a very well proliferated, like, you know, let's use this in hamster names. You know, your hamtaros and whatnot. So you really don't want to admit it, then just as you requested, I will provide an argument that'll leave you no choice but to be persuaded. Alright.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
Oh, sorry. No. It's the 4 Dark Davis. That's how he surprised him.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easily?
This is the end!
The hamsters chewed through it and pressed the button.
Even if you didn't get behind Nekomaru, you should have been able to press the button on the back of his neck. As long as you had the power of the hamsters you keep with you.
Oh. That line right there. As long as you had the power of the hamsters you keep with you. Oh.
Oh?
Are you seriously saying he used his hamsters to press the button on the back of Nekomaru's neck?
Of course that'd be impossible for a normal hamster, but it would have been possible for Gundams. In fact, we saw that with our very own eyes, right?
Oh, yeah, they did make a big show of him having the hamster press the button. Skyline Lamentation Art of the Demon Mouse.
Now that you mention it, after Ibuki was killed in the music venue, one of Gundam's hamsters retrieved the piece of wallpaper from the baton lighting, right? Hey, with your friends and their exceptionally smart brains, it must have been possible to secretly get one of them behind Mechamaru and press the button on the back of his neck.
How about it, Gundam?
Not just myself, but you actually brought up how splendid my subordinates are. I have no recourse but to admit it.
Admit it? Did you say you admit it?
It appears I've obtained a one-way ticket to hell. Fine! Then you must trample me underfoot and advance. Victory can only be built upon a foundation of corpses. You cannot find peace without sacrifice anywhere!
I like that. Like, I would like to see him crack, like, his persona crack like it did with Celeste. At the same time, it would also be interesting to see him go down swinging as far as this whole persona that he puts on is.
Now, trample this life! Trample it as though it were mere trash on the side of the road! Pull the curtain strings of this worthless performance with your own two hands!
A, damage the control panel. Remember what this is. Maybe setting the alarm clock. It's up. This is awesome. This right here is awesome. That they're flying at him like spectral missiles. Okay, we already see that. Suspends that, loops it around the handle. Hiko there. Wakes up, thing snaps. fix that. Lounge. Nope, nope. There we go. Lock. 5:30. It's 5 right now. Ooh, Eco was in the lounge. Weapon left at the tower.
Here's everything that happened in this case.
I hope he has a good execution.
Let's first go over the many tricks the killer prepared before they committed the crime.
I mean, we're coming off of the execution of Mikan, so the bar for a better execution is low. But I hope he has a really good one. We need to have something. We need something like along the lines of Celeste.
First, they destroyed the contact elevator. This separated Nagito and the others in Strawberry House from our group in Grape House. Next, they lured Nekomaru out by himself by turning back all the clocks in the funhouse by 2 hours.
Yep.
Additionally, in order to secure an alibi, the killer went to the Strawberry House lounge and set the wall clock's alarm to 5:30 a.m. After finishing their preparations, the killer went to Strawberry Tower with the necessary tools in hand. They obtained these tools from the Octagon, which you can enter once you clear the final dead room. This means the killer discovered the secret of the funhouse faster than anybody else.
Let's appreciate the fact that in a lot of the still frames, they have the same sort of flair that Gundam does have. Like that pose there in the center.
That secret being, Strawberry House and Grape House are actually the same building. On the morning of the incident, Nekomaru woke up and headed over to Grape Tower for a specific reason. There, Fuyuhiko, who was at the lounge by coincidence, witnessed Nekomaru.
One touch that you can see with all of the other characters when they're showing them is the sunken eyes and hollow cheeks. They're all really tired and really hungry.
According to Fuyuhiko's testimony, that was around 5 a.m., but...
Yeah. I'm also interested in seeing his final reasoning. He needs a good send-off, and he needs a reason that isn't, I regained a memory and I acted completely opposite my character as a result of it. I wouldn't have minded Mikan's reasoning if we had been told a little more about it. The concept of her acting differently is fine.
By that point, the killer had already messed with our perception of time.
Yeah. If it's the hamsters, then we're good. Because everything about him always circles back to those hamsters.
In actuality, Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru at 7 a.m. That's also the same time Monokuma Taichi begins. Nekomaru went to Grape Tower to participate in that. However, because the contact elevator was broken, Nekomaru was unable to go to Grape Tower.
Let's also appreciate for a moment, this is the first time we're being shown Mechamaru moving around. It's the way they present him in the still frames. It looked like he had like his same movements. He doesn't. He has the big exaggerated, like 50s era robot movement. You know, the big big swinging legs and arms, mechanical whirring sounds with each step.
So he decided to try going to Strawberry Tower. But the killer was waiting for him there.
Or Dark Devas of Destruction. So the best panels yet. This has exceeded Hifumi's magical girl gore transformation, where he spirals about spraying blood everywhere.
With the power of hamsters, they were able to press the good night button on the back of Nekomaru's neck.
Oh. Excellent. Hello, Sherbet. With the power of hamsters.
This forced him to enter sleep mode, rendering him immobile.
Again, the panel. Look at the villain figure in the lower left panel. Not only the glowing red eyes, but the little demon hamsters.
From there, the killer began preparing to use the ultimate weapon. First, they set the alarm in Nekomaru's chest to 7:30 a.m. so he'd wake up.
They're...
Then they tied him up with a metal wire, tied the tip of the wire into a loop, and hung it on the doorknob.
There have been a couple of things in Naruto that could be. In general. Oh, okay. You're thinking like Rasengan, then. At least for the Naruto character, the little spiral energy ball. There might be one later.
After leaving Strawberry Tower, the killer then destroyed the door button to Strawberry Hall.
Oh, okay. The Toad Sage thing. I don't know if he has a special move, or at least I'm not familiar with it, as far as what it would be called. Yeah, I know there are a couple of summons that some of the characters do, but I can't think of a name, like a special name that they gave it. But yeah.
They did this to keep us from entering Strawberry Tower, and to keep us from discovering the secret of the building structure that they used to kill Nekomaru. Then, they used the secret octagon passageway to travel to Grape House. After arriving at Grape Hall, they pressed the button to open the door to the tower. When that happened, the elevator-like floor of the tower began descending. And Nekomaru's body was still inside, dangling upside down in midair from the wire. The killer entered Grape Tower to see if their setup was successful, and placed a hammer on the floor to look like the weapon, then wrapped a chain around the back door.
Just in time for the closing statement there, Andy. And we're gonna have to wrap up very shortly.
This was done to make us falsely believe we couldn't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall.
the quality of the trial picked up, I would say, in the last third, if not the last half. The quality of the whole murder
the killer
plot
finished
is
their
still
setup
good.
and tried to go back to their room using the secret passage, so they could craft their alibi when Nekomaru died from the fall. But something unexpected happened. Fuyuhiko, who saw Nekomaru earlier, was still at the lounge. As a result, the killer couldn't return to their room, and with no options available, time ran out. The lounge's wall clock alarm started ringing at 5:30. Well, actually 7:30. To avoid a worst-case scenario, the killer was forced to appear in front of Fuyuhiko with the others. When the wall clock's alarm rang, that was also the same time Nekomaru was waking up. He woke up while he was still hanging upside down, so he couldn't help but sway his body powerfully. Originally, the loop of wire was only supposed to slip off the doorknob. But because there was a heavier load than expected, the doorknob ended up breaking. Nekomaru fell from the 4th floor all the way to the 1st floor. He crashed into the pillar, which decapitated him on impact, and died. The sound of Nekomaru's impact echoed throughout the funhouse. However, by this point, the killer's plan was about to fail, thanks to the broken doorknob and Fuyuhiko. Meaning, the killer is someone who wouldn't have heard the alarm if they were in the deluxe room.
The first half of the trial, NB, was frustrating as all get out. Not like challenging, not like, oh, that's great. But like that picture was just terrible. That was we think it's obvious, but we've left out all kinds of possibilities kind of stuff. And yeah, the whole handling of the octagon question, terrible. The elevator question, terrible.
They also wouldn't have been able to return to their guest room, because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge. That someone is Gundam Tanaka. I can't think of anyone else but you.
Splendid. That was splendid. For a mere human, you did quite well.
Stop. Stop it already. Stop using weird words to avoid the truth. Or I'll friggin' kill you myself!
I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe.
Gundam was one of the characters that I enjoyed, right? As far as like amusing characters. Gundam was up at the top, then like Ibuki, you know.
You killed Nekomaru?
I mean, my opinion of Chiaki has plummeted as a result of this trial.
I cannot believe something like that!
They're frickin' Dora the Explorer style questions.
You don't wish to forgive me? Do you feel regret? Then finish it! Cast your impure votes for Gundam Tanaka! My beloved, deadly foes, let the voting time begin!
Like, he has not yet broke character. Like, right up to the end. I like this guy. Some of the steps in this one were just obnoxiously bad.
This result isn't all that exciting. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Please pull the lever! Crap! I bit my tongue at the most important part!
It's ultimately, I feel bad for the hamsters. It'd be bad if I bit my tongue again, so I'll speak slowly. Judging from the results, you guys were correct once again. Getting 4 in a row without making any mistakes is a splendid achievement. That's right, the one who killed the robotic Nekomaru is the amazing in the Amazing Funhouse was Gundam Tanaka.
Nice!
Hey, I said it all without biting my tongue.
Now then.
Now that we've decided who the killer is, let's do the execution already and get this over with. Wow, Nagito is done with this whole thing. Hold on. True, the class trial is finished, but that doesn't mean the incident is over. We can't finish yet until we hear it from Gundam.
Jeez.
No matter what he says, it won't change a thing. Well, I have no right to stop you either, so do whatever you like.
Fall, my tears.
Why do you want to talk to one who is lost? The loser merely leaves. It would just be unnecessary for me to say
Listen
something.
well.
Is what I would like to say, but for honor's sake, I shall correct one thing. Correct?
How pitiful.
You guys said I made Nekomaru powerless without fighting him. That was the aspect there. If you watch during that moment, it was the fact that he didn't battle him. That is what ticked him off. That, however, is a great mistake. Huh?
Fine.
Nekomaru did fight. That is no mistake. And because he fought, he lost and died.
Damn it!
Lost and died?
This, too, must be the will of causality.
If he was just trying to cling to life, there are many ways he could have done so. However, he did not allow that.
You.
What do you mean? Explain. Then I shall reveal it all.
History.
Within the final dead room, I discovered the secret of the funhouse, and I devised a killing plan utilizing that secret. By tampering with all the clocks in the building, I succeeded in luring Nekomaru to the tower. And this is what happened. Nekomaru. Nekomaru and I were alone in the tower, standing face to face with one another. I should say I expected as much from Nekomaru. He sensed my subtle killing intent and instantly understood the situation. And we had ourselves a stare down. In that situation, if he wanted to run away, it would have been easy for him to do so. He could have run away, or even called for help. But he did not turn his back to me. Instead, he chose a fight that risked life and death.
That is...
A fight that risked life and death, yes, that's what he said.
Let me tell you this.
He was serious, too. He gave it his all to try to kill me.
Huh?
If I had died instead, the mystery surrounding the case would have been even more complicated. You would never know why I, the victim, went to the tower by myself.
I can see it!
Nobody would know that the victim, me, was actually the one who planned the whole thing.
Could it be?
Nekomaru really did that?
Sensing even my subtle killing intent, as expected of you, Nekomaru.
Still,
This scorching, stinging, tense atmosphere. I've been a team manager for so long, I'd nearly forgotten this. This is great! What a comforting atmosphere!
That's a great line.
oh, there has not been a break in character.
And what is your reason? Do you intend to resolve this situation by killing me?
I am the warlock, Gundam Tanaka, Heroes, lords of darkness, and even the gods themselves flee from me.
I mean, on the plus side, apparently this whole speech did not travel down Strawberry Hall.
I need not cling to any trivial reason. I'm simply going to kill you because your very existence is an annoyance.
You'll drench your soul with evil until the bitter end, huh? Splendid!
Though how much of this is, just Gundam spinning a story, who knows?
In response to your spirit, I shall kill you with all of my might. I won't go easy on you. Don't even think about holding back.
But it's also not out of character for Nekomaru to do this kind of exchange.
Don't waste your breath on cowardly tactics. Give me everything you got.
Nekomaru need I. Your blood will drench the foundation of my empire.
That is...
Why did you fight? We're all friends. Why couldn't you stop this? Even if both sides agreed, it was still wrong. I will not argue. I have no intention of forcing my values upon you.
Let me tell you this.
However, I must say this. What's the point of living if you're just waiting until you finally die?
You weakling!
There's nothing courageous about that. That is abandonment, a mere feeling of resignation. Are you telling us to just wait until we starve to death? I'd rather have that happen to us than have our friends kill each other. Huh? Do you mean you'd rather die?
Fall, my tears.
Ever since we were locked inside that building, everyone had been dominated by that feeling of abandonment. However, nothing is born from resignation. That is simply a reason to give up.
If you flinch, you will die!
Giving up on life, that's just an insult to life itself.
Let me ask.
Have you heard of have you fools heard of the term dog eat dog? Cannibalism? Yes, exactly. That was his plan all along. He wasn't hoping to get out, he was just hungry.
Fine.
In zoology, cannibalism is a commonly observed phenomenon. Many creatures at some point in their lifespan engage in cannibalism.
Listen well!
That is what it means to live. I feel like killing their own kind. And they generally do is kind of like... If you're killing for the sake of if you say killing for the sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself?
I shall engulf this world.
I think he's more referring, Casemate, to the idea of resigning to die. Not like, I am resigned that I must endure this circumstance or something like that. Like, I can't change this circumstance, I will endure it. It is like, nope, we're gonna, we're just gonna sit here and wait for death. If a world would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being. Giving up on life and choosing death is nothing but a blasphemy towards life.
I renounce you!
It is a violation of the natural order. Ah, yeah, his... It's less clear where he was going with that. Or at least how he was going with that.
You
saying all that to try to justify what you did?
But...
Sounds like Nekomaru felt the same too. That's why they fought, right?
Damn it.
Fine.
That man had the courage to die when he needed to die. That is why he challenged me to our battle. Regardless, as I've already said, I do not intend to force my values upon you fools. I've betrayed you all, and that is the absolute truth.
Fall, my tears.
But even so, don't you think it's a better alternative to slowly starving to death here?
Oh,
That belief is why you committed your crime.
you...
What about the final dead room? Did you do the Russian roulette too?
Let's make history.
Unlike Nagito, I only did it once, but compared to my battle with Nekomaru, that was mere child's play.
Well,
To listen to you talk for a while, I'm starting to think that... Well, it's also because you unexpectedly admitted your crime without much resistance. Don't tell me you didn't sacrifice yourself for our sake, did you? Can't believe you would ask such a foolish question. He beat Gundam in a straight-up fight. He's stuck to his guns. He's like, his motivation makes sense. Like, it's consistent.
My name is Gundam Tanaka!
So who do you think I am? I'm Gundam Tanaka, history's greatest monster. My cursed existence is feared by all mankind. There's no way I'd sacrifice myself for the sake of you fools.
Fade like dust in the wind.
Not in a million, not in a billion, not in 10,000 billion years. In the name of pandemonium, it is impossible. Is that it? Then I'll just leave it at that. Now then, let us be rid of this foolish talk. It's about time the fun started. Monokuma, let us begin.
Yes, indeed.
Yay, got it. But yeah, it was like, I'm not just gonna sit here and die. Either I'm gonna get out or all of you are gonna get out. I'm willing to kill one of you to do it. Still, his ultimate title is awful. Even in the time period that this was made, his title is awful. I've prepared a special punishment for the ultimate breeder, Gundam Tanaka.
Please wait!
It's just too much. Please, Monokuma, please help Gundam.
Huh?
Sonya. Yeah, this has got to come up later.
I beg of you!
Like, right now, she is very actively like, no, don't kill Gundam.
How pitiful.
Sonya. An act as unrefined as stopping a man from going to his death does not befit a noble such as yourself. Gundam. It's fine to start for reals, right?
Fine.
Yes, I do not mind. However...
What is it, my four dark devas of destruction? Are you worried about me? Oh, my feared four dark devas of destruction. That is not like you at all. However, there is no need to fear. In this world, I am only a temporary visitor. I was simply visiting for a moment, and now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness. That is why, until the very end, pride, conceit, courage, insolence, fearful of nothing, daunted by nothing. Let us laugh uproariously! That is Gundam Tanaka! I shall stick with my evil until the very end!
I think with this, Gundam is pretty much cemented as top character in the series so far.
Open sesame pandemonium! I shall fill hell with true hell!
It's not even current connotation, Cardinal, for at least the past 40 years?
give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
It's not really recent, casemate. No. Not in terms of when this game was made, no. I get that it's a profession, yes. Oof. I know, right? Well, dang. Like, I mean, seriously. Best character. I mean, the whole, he could do the whole magic ring thing, but apparently all it could do was glow. But still. No. Even after Gundam is gone, the spirit of his parting words still linger deep in our chests. Don't give up on life. Did I misunderstand what he meant? Then what's the right thing to do? I don't know. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that.
Damn it.
I need to throw something.
Damn it!
You all spent so much time worrying about each other, and thanks to that, things ended up like this.
The worst.
Why am I so weak?
Oh.
Such a downer, clearly. But still, even though we feel this way, we still gotta do our very best.
You are right.
This time around, we must move forward. We must continue to live and believe in our friends.
You are right.
Gundam will most likely crawl his way out of hell, and I presume he will be very cross with us. Oh, that's an interesting consideration there, casemate. That the circle didn't protect him, it protected the hamsters. You're right. We shouldn't just stand here. I mean, it's not like this is over. We still have to do it. We still have to finish this. For the sake of our friends who have died, we need to finish this once and for all. Let's use some proper nouns, please. Just stand there. Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain. We can't allow that.
Hey!
How long are you guys gonna stand around chattering? The class trial is over, so it's okay for you to hurry back over to Jabberwock Island. However, the killing school trip will proceed as usual, so make sure you know that.
Wait!
Hold on. How much longer are you going to keep doing this? How long is he going to keep doing this? How long is this going to continue?
Now then.
After feeling down for so long, I finally feel refreshed. Let's hurry back and eat some food.
Hey!
Mood shift is too fast.
Not like that.
Well, you know, it's like Gundam and Nekomaru said. It's what it means to live, right? Right there. That's... Right there. Like, her character sprite right there. This is good. Because they have it almost seem like she's acting flippantly, that they're dropping into her character stereotype. But if you look, she's crying.
Huh.
She's certainly something else. But seriously, I'm starving.
Hey.
Let's go back for now and eat. Then, after we're full, let's sleep as much as we want.
Right?
Then let's do our best again. Yeah, you're right. The class trial has come to an end, and once again we return to Jabberwock Island. The size of our group has definitely diminished, but despite all that, even if it was just the rest of us, we did our best to stay upbeat and have fun together. Of course, our optimism was only superficial, but at that moment we were able to forget about the dark despair looming before us. However, the only thing I was worried about was him. He wasn't there. He suddenly disappeared from our sight. At least in this case, you know. I'm definitely lucky. Never expected to obtain so many valuable things from a simple game of Russian roulette with 5 bullets. Thanks to that, I was able to learn the identity of our true enemy, and before everyone else, too. It's just too funny. I mean, no one could tell that I was lying. There's no way the file had just Hajime's information.
Well...
Yes, they were too busy with other matters, or maybe they've reached their limit. Regardless, I was saved. Things would get complicated if they found out. Anyway, I can't forgive this. This should never be forgiven. There's no way I can let this run loose. I'll be the one who stops this once and for all, even if it costs me my life.
It's obvious.
For the sake of hope, I cannot ignore this.
Monokuma appears!
Who summoned
Now
me?
then.
Okay, can I... Okay. We are, I'm gonna put a save there just in case, but we're right down to the wire here.
What's this?
Lonely little Nagito, are you alone
What's
tonight?
the matter?
Actually, no. We're gonna pick up here next time, so be on time for the reveal of whatever this is. We're gonna check. Yeah, okay. We gotta wrap up now. All right. Exactly. It's incentive to be here for the whole stream next time. Or to watch the VOD. Shameless plug. First half of that class trial was really frustrating. Second half picked up, and the ending payoff was excellent. Best character arc so far. Absolutely. So now I expect it's all downhill from there. Oh. But I hope everybody had a good time. At least we went out on a good note there. I haven't checked the schedule, but we will be back on Friday. And since I have forgotten, you can check the schedule. It's on Discord, YouTube, and Twitter, and every other place that I can post it to. So swing on by. In any event, I hope to see you on Friday. Have a good night, everyone.